The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
What white people deserve.
If anti-whiteism isn't defeated, the last white man on earth will be known as the racist before he is killed.
The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadows, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It is Sunday again, ladies and gentlemen. Church of the West. Echo is gone, and happy to be here with all of you. Thank God you were here. It is time to reclaim our destiny. Featured stories today: Vivek rebuttal, Vance on Somali fraud, Trump rejects the bishops, the 250th U.S. birthday plans, anti-white. It doesn't sound good to me. Go free lesson of the day: post hoc rationalizing, and who's white? Your comments and questions, and then there's this. I got a strange text last night off a number I didn't know. It said, "Who's this?" When I replied, I got a message back saying, "Your worst friggin' nightmare," which left me a bit baffled, because she was sitting right beside me. Sometimes life is that way, ladies and gentlemen. We are going free. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. What time is it where you are? What hemisphere are you in? What's the season, ladies and gentlemen? What a glorious time for us to be here together on planet Earth as we approach the very end of 2025, when we have had so many colossal successes. It is glorious, glorious to be with you here and to recapture our destiny. While we are here today, you can contemplate potentially donating to a 501c3, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org, the premier institution in service to white well-being, despite what all of the jealous vegetables out there would have you believe, ladies and gentlemen. You can also tag me while we are together across these numerous platforms as @ no white guilt, no spaces. Please help people out, as I see many of you do, when they're trying to reach out to me, or they're trying to hide from me more often. They want to come into the chat and they're like, I'm going to drop some troll turds here and he won't ever see me. Except the whole community surrounds the person and it's like, there you go, there's the jackass. And then the troll slayers come in there with a scimitar of justice and swipe the heads off of those people. But you can tag me on all of these different platforms. Of course, you got YouTube, you got X, you got Entropy, which is a Dude Bro Moment platform, D Live, Odyssey, Premium Rumble, available there. You can financially gift while we are together as well at the app that permits cash, at Subscribestar, at the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy, D Live, and of course, Premium Rumble, also an option for you. Head on over to nowhiteguilt.org to find these links and more. You can head into the description on the YouTube stream, and you'll find these URLs, as well as magnificent musicians who are making music, and music makers who are not musicians themselves, but they are producing some fantastic music. 99.9% of the music that we play here is made in-house, inspired by the work of Go Free and the recapture of our destiny. That's how that works. Isn't that marvelous? Got some great things to cover today. You'll also see folks who are making clips out there, wonderful clip makers of the work that we do here. For all of the hamster-brained fish bowl people out there that can only handle a couple of seconds of input before their circuitry begins to overload. The tours de force here in service to white well-being are innumerable, and the work that we advocate is inviolable. Never forget that, ladies and gentlemen. That's how we're changing the world. And what a glorious year it's been, hasn't it? We're coming near the end here. I see Hoyt McCoy. I see Western Kind 007. I see Bones over there. I see Dallas over here on Premium Rumble. Financially gift on all of those platforms. At nowhiteguilt.org, you will find, of course, cryptocurrency wallets, a snail mail address at which you can reach me as well. And we love to look into the thaumatological mailbag and find mail from all of you. God bless you. I think Entropy is up and running. Let me know if there's a problem with that. Tag me on the other platforms and say, hey, that platform isn't working. If it isn't working, Ivan is over here already swashing and reposting the stream. We know that Tree Godfather is doing the same, even though for some quirk of X, it doesn't show up here. We have the great Sloths letting me know that there was initially an echo. I don't think there's an echo now, is there? But thank you for reaching out with that. Western Kind 007 over here. Sloths saying the echo is now gone. AAA is swashing and reposting the stream. Thank you for that, so we can reach as many people as possible. It has been. We actually have in our quick news and laughs, we have some very funny meme about an animal that when he started work and where he's at now, how he looks. And sometimes I feel that way. You'll know what I'm talking about when we get to it. When we're talking about service to white well-being, it's not an easy road to hoe, I must say. Not an easy road to hoe. But nonetheless, we are here, and thank you so much for those of you who are reaching out and like Princess Noodles and reposting the stream so we can reach as many people as possible. And Janitor of White Noir, let's get some salutes for everybody who's swashing over here on X, showed up in the X live chat and are swashing, reposting, and sharing. And I know Dallas is doing it as well. That doesn't show up here either. So it's a curious thing why some people, when they repost, it doesn't show up. But big salutes to everybody who shows up. Of course, our Christmas decorations are still up, ladies and gentlemen. And make sure you tag, or make sure you flip over to live chat on YouTube, but not top chat, because some of the chats will be deleted for you. They'll never show up, and you want them to show up. And so click it on over to live chat, as I have done. The great Dean of Dangers, the Brent Danger, is with us today. God bless him. M. Mac Attack is here. Samuski is here. Showed my coworkers pics of the O'Reilly's Lego set with Christmas decor, with the Sunday stream on the TV in the background, showing the nwg.org address. I'm sneaky like that, says Samuski. Big salutes to your sneakiness. The great Fornol is in the house. Wonderful to see you, champion, as well. And so many others. Thank you all for coming over. We are a cozy little church of the West that is rechanging the world, but at least we can brag about that. So many others, they can't do that. And so as I was getting ready today, I was thinking, I remember a little exiguous bitch who had at most like 20,000 live viewers at like the absolute peak, most of the time around 6,000 live viewers. And the mainstream media was showing up at his home, begging him so that they could interview him as he was getting ready for a stream and holding a stream. And I thought, how astroturfed is that shit? How absolutely astroturfed is that shit? But nevertheless, I want to say hello to Rapunzel in the house. Goofus is in the house. A cool papa, a cool of the coolest of cools, as well as Cindy Ben is here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, didn't you know this was coming? Lawyer calls for black jurors not to convict blacks who kill white people. This has been going on for so long. And in the Shade Tree and in the Rebel Roundtable on X, we've been talking about recently, at least something that we've talked about for a long time in service to white well-being, and in the Go Free Dialogic, we've been talking about for a very long time. And of course, that is that things have always been horrible. They've always been horribly anti-white. And most people, they think that it's become anti-white when they begin paying attention. They think things got bad when they begin paying. That's how you hear this asinine stuff like, well, in 98, well, in 2005, in 2010. I mean, it's so asinine. And then in 2010, they began discriminating against white men in a. I'm here to tell you, no, it's been for a very long time. And somewhere else that we see anti-whiteism afoot is in the courtrooms, in the jury pools. And of course, what ends up happening? The social morality holds sway in all of the decisions, all of the interpretations of law and application of law, and whether or not people are arrested, whether or not people are prosecuted. Or we even have judges recently in the United States, anti-white judges, who are overturning the decisions of juries because the judges decided, well, this doesn't comport with the morality, the social morality of the day across Western civilization, which is the anti-white immoral imperative, having defeated all of our ethics, all of our norms, all Christian morality, absolutely bitch slapped the ever-living out of that. And here we are today where the social morality, as it always has been when it comes to the human animal, we do have souls, but we are indeed in an animal's body, has always been the case. This is how it operates. So when we see, I mean, how do you get Chauvin? How do you get all of these people over the years endlessly? White guy goes on trial, white woman stabbed to death, and they're like, black guy goes free, and the whole country. Anybody remember OJ? And I'm not talking about orange juice. It has been this way since before you were born. I don't care how old you are. It was this way before you were born. It has been this way for generations. And we've reached the point. Why have we reached the point where lawyers, prominent lawyers, and this crack smoking, now I don't know if he actually smokes, but he sure does look like he smokes crack. Elie Mystal is regularly on PBS, CBN. He's invited to universities and to give speeches and so many other places. This is a legitimized character. This, we'll just call him the Eli, the liar, the Eli Mystal. What a name. So he's able to show up there as a legitimate character and share his musings, share his anti-whiteism, vomit that garbage forth. And they're all like, yes, so look at the size of your afro. Well, he must be smart. Have you seen how kinky his hair and how tall the afro gets? What a beautiful spectacle. Don't you just want to touch the Brillo pad that he has on top of his? No, we don't want to touch the Brillo pad on top. In fact, nothing. I can smell him from here, and it's only digital. So here this anti-white cur, because of why? How have we gotten to the point where legitimized figures are able to speak out? And by the way, this too in place for generations, able to speak out and just call right for juries to undermine the system of justice to the detriment of white people, even in cases of murder. Well, we've gotten here because everything else that has been in place for defending ourselves against the victimization of anti-whiteism has failed. It's failed. Let me get in here. I can do some of this as Mr. stuff. It's failed. It's failed. Everything has failed. Why are you still using the same crap? Why are you turning back to Christianity and turning back to villain role playing and turning back to ethno-nationalism when it's all failed? You must be a vegetable. They must call you cauliflower where you're from because none of this has worked. And that's how we've reached this point. Give it up for the great clean one swashing in response to the mistrial of a South Carolina police officer accused of killing Walter Scott. Il Mistel editor of Above the Law, is calling on black jurors to simply reverse the problem and refuse to convict black people who kill white people. You know, that kind of thing. Does he carry a law license? If he does, it should immediately be taken from him. He should not be allowed to practice law. All of his cases that he has participated in should be drawn into question. Seamus over here, Promethean greetings, reposted. God bless you, good brother. Big salutes to you. El Mistel. Mistel claimed that refusing to convict black people would, quote, put the shoe on the other foot for a change. Now, I'm sorry. Doesn't his statement and the fact that it's entertained by mainstream media and Ivy League universities and coal league universities and whatever else that's out there, doesn't it tell you that something else is right about the go free dialogic? What happens when people from cuckdom, white brothers and sisters out there, the vagues, they hear something like this, they go, whoa, they start, have you seen these people before? They start huffing and puffing like the little engine that couldn't. And they then want to talk about data inside the anti-white narrative. And of course, the anti-whites have all the data in the world to support what they claim. And it's all misread. It's all mistreated. It's all reinterpreted. It's pasted under new rubrics. Not only that, but you have these advocacy studies that take place. They have more data than you do. And not only do they have more data than you do, they also have a sympathetic ear in a population who has also lived in their subconscious minds. And this is something you can learn in the Go Free Dialogic. If you haven't already, you can learn why everybody else is so dumb and now why you are so smart. Check it out if you haven't already. NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com if you want a signed item. Otherwise, head right on over to, of course, Amazon. It's available around planet Earth. And you want to be one of the early adopters so that you can look on the masses. When they suddenly come over, more and more, they suddenly come in and you can say, I was one of the apostles and you are one of the tards that have finally decided to come along. Come along, oxen. Come along, you oxen. Step up and get yourself a Go Free Dialogic. People live in their subconscious minds. Their subconscious mind is informed entirely, doesn't know the difference between reality and fiction by entertainment. Entertainment, in countless iterations, have taught people this. This guy isn't lying. Mistel, the e-liar, isn't lying in this case. No, this is the actual world they live in, where white jurors get together and they're like, let's get them dark people. We're going to get them all. Nothing could be further from the truth. But again, the truth is what the subconscious mind believes is the reality we live in. And so when he says this lands on a sympathetic ear in the population. It's time to get back at Whitey. Do you remember what I told you, and I've told you many times, and I shared in Crucible, where I told my peers in 8th grade, this is a story. We live in a narrative. We, the white people, and specifically the white kids at this junior high school, are the villain. The white kids before us were the villains. The white kids after us are the villains. I haven't been in junior high school for a very long time. And guess what? The white kids at that same junior high school are the villains in this narrative. So you can't stay inside this anti-white narrative and argue your way out of it and defeat this kind of garbage. You have to get outside of the narrative, and we teach you exactly how to do that. It's not about moving some sort of window. It's about getting out of their world entirely. Stop thinking that you can be inside the authorship of another author, an anti-white author, and you can move their window or whatever, like you can take control of the pen writing on the pages there. You simply can't do it. You've always been able to say this slander or that slander in a private environment. The internet when you are anonymous is still your private environment. Get it through your heads. I can't believe I have to explain these things to a white race that has walked on the moon, to a white race that has achieved everything that we have achieved in art and culture and literature and architecture and mathematics and physics and on and on and on. I have to explain this to this absolutely bovine, head-nodding population, cow farting, which is really what we have become. Well done, white race. So here you have, and this is, of course, in another so many years, this will be the kind of thing that is literally written everywhere, talked about everywhere, contemplated everywhere, and concluded to be legitimate. The black and other non-white populations of the West, it's time for them to get back after generations of them doing this. What happened with OJ? What happened with Chauvin? There are so many of these cases where the white race goes on trial. And in this case, with OJ, for example, the white former wife or girlfriend or whatever she was at the time, or just prior, and then ended up in this situation. She was representative of the white race. And so the anti-whites, not the blacks, the anti-whites let the anti-white world off the hook for butchering this woman because she was white. She represented the whole white race. And now do you wonder why Nicole was her name? Do you wonder why Nicole was treated that way? And then why we have white females being raped and gang raped regularly across Western civilization? Do you wonder why? There's a direct linkage. And you're welcome. I'm glad to be here for the white race. God has put years on my life. You know, I'm actually 21 years of age, if you can believe it. Mistel claimed that refusing to convict black people would put the shoe on the other foot for a change. Quote, maybe it's time for black people to use the same tool white people have been using to defy a system they do not consent to. I know you don't consent to our even this system today, as white erased as the injustice system is in the United States and across the West. They still don't consent. No shit. It doesn't comport with your biospirit, Mistel. You have to get rid of the entire justice system, and then you all build the justice system or the equivalent thereof for your people. That's the only time it's going to comport. That's the only time that you'll be able to consent. So Ty doesn't consent to jury nullification. He wrote in one op-ed published Wednesday, white jurors regularly refuse to convict or indict cops for murder. Have you ever been on a jury? I have. And the white people are anti-white. The white people will bend over backward to villainy signal that they are moral by the standards set by anti-whiteism. And they will do anything and everything to release the non-white person. It is the exact opposite in the real world of what Mistel is arguing. And again, to a sympathetic audience, the population of Western civilization. They regularly refuse to convict or indict cops for murder. White juries refuse to convict of vigilantes who murder black babies. Where does this happen? Vigilante mob of white people hunting down black babies just anywhere we can. We wake up in the morning. I know I do every day. I wake up in the morning, and while I'm brushing my teeth and combing my hair, I'm just thinking, I wonder where I can find me a black baby today. And I wonder how many white people, all I got to do is wink at them. And then they'll just come running over, and we all automatically know what we're out there to do today to get started before we go to work. We get up. That's why we get up so early. It's not because we have to go to work. No, it's because we're hunting black babies. Well, that happens in entertainment, doesn't it? That happens all the time in entertainment. White people are sitting around contemplating these things. Incidentally, while this happens all the time in entertainment, what kind of people are these characters? Well, they're considered the racists. They're considered the white supremacists. They're considered the white nationalists. So what does that mean when you go out to the world, the same world that's imbibing this material in entertainment that they believe and understand to be reality? When you go to them and you say that, I'm a racist, Even we nationists. What do they think about you? They think you're a black baby hunter. Smart. You guys are so smart. Cauliflower. White juries refuse to convict other white people for property crimes. Really? Is that what happens? We just don't mind. I know I can't tell you how many times I've been pulled over in the midst of property crime. Like I've been like driving through another person's yard, running over all of their bushes in the hedge and running over the mailbox. And I'm just like, yeah, and there's their family dogs right there. And run over the dog in the yard. And the cop pulls up and he's like, what the hell are you doing? And then sees I'm white. And he's like, go ahead. Go ahead. Happens all the time. Maybe it's time minorities, something you can never be. There could be one white guy left. And of course, we've talked about here before, if Go Free doesn't achieve what it needs to achieve, then there'll be a last white guy on earth and he'll be known as the racist. Make no mistake, and blamed for everything. But the sad reality is that even when white people are eradicated from an area, even completely eradicated, even if we're completely eradicated, white erased from planet Earth, biologically white erased from planet Earth, our ghosts will be blamed for as long as these populations, these anti-white populations, anti-white, non-white populations can recall us. That's the reality of anti-whiteism. Do you think you're still going to go about it in the old ways, the old tired bitch ways, senescent ways? God, you all remind me of going to the old folks' homes, and they have no idea where they are, and they come up, and I remember I was at old folks, and the guy came up, and he's like, yeah, just last week we jumped out of the whatever airplane into whatever conflict, and I'm like, nah, you're like 93. It wasn't last week you were doing this. But he was certain he was. That's just like so many of these so-called white sympathetic people, really just non-white. He added the severity of the crime shouldn't be a factor in this practice. So it's time for the minorities to go on the offensive. It's time for it to. Do you see how this is a narrative? Do you see how this is a story? White, the animal, the human animal, we do have a soul, lives in a story, not in reality. We live in our interpretation of reality, which is whatever the dominant interpretation is the story that you are in. That's why you have to step out of that story. We have the power to step out of that story for now because we still have to be propagandized. The moment we don't have to be propagandized, the story will end. It won't matter what's said, and they will just force us at the end of bayonet. So he says, black people lucky enough to get on a jury could use that power to acquit any person charged with a crime against white men and white male institutions. Oh, Mr. Thank you so much for proving me right. Not only white males, so not only the physicality, not only us personally, but everything we create, our biospiritual expression. Thank you, Mistel. Thank you so much for proving the hierarchy correct again one more time. So it's war with everything the white race. It's almost like the no white guilt guy's been right all along. Holy shit. He added that the severity of the crime shouldn't be a factor. Murder. He says assault, acquit. Burglary, acquit. Insider trading, acquit. Murder, acquit. What the hell do you think is happening to black people out there? So another aspect to understand here is, do you notice what motivates anti-white non-whites here? I wonder. I have, as I stroke the imaginary beard, I wonder what motivates, from the anti-white narrative, anti-white non-whites to be so righteously indignant, willing to break the law, willing to do whatever, willing to break any sort of code or norm. Oh, Oh, it's because they believe that they have been victimized. So it's not you flippin' tards out there, the schmucks out there, the anti-non-whites. They're not motivated to harm us by the negative things they say about us. They're motivated to harm us because of the excuses they give themselves. And I want you to notice this as well. Vegetable garden. I want you to notice this as well. That it only takes fiction for a human animal to imbibe it as and interpret it as and live it as reality and motivate them for revenge. That's all it takes. We actually have victimization, and white people can't get motivated. We have white people that say, never talk about the victimization. Never talk about it. This will motivate people to go to extremes. This is what motivates people to travel hundreds, even over 1,000 miles to go to a university, to slander and spit on and throw things at anybody they see who's heretical to anti-whiteism and going to be giving a minor little talk there to maybe a few dozen conservative college students. It is this. It is they're killing our black men, they're killing our brown men, they're killing our Asian men. They're discriminating against us everywhere. And zero real world evidence. But that is what motivates them. Not everything else that you might hear where they say, well, white race is inferior. The white race is inferior in this way and in that way. That's not what motivates them. That, my friends, we're going to talk about later when it comes to the schmucks, when it comes to the World War II LARPers, when it comes to the taboo grifters, is post hoc rationalizing, post hoc rationalization. We need to put that in our minds and use it in these conversations, use it within our own thoughts and our circles of influence, because it completely explains these fatuous and silly and tenuous arguments, clearly lying arguments that are made to defend positions and actions that these people have already taken. Then they come along post hoc after the fact to say, well, here's why. Well, you see, the blacks say awful things. Look at what the Jews say about us. They'll say, oh, is it the negative things that are said about us? Or is, like, for when it comes to the Jews, for example, or a percentage of them, when it comes to blacks, a percentage of them, and the percentage we're talking about in these cases, or the percentage of these populations that are anti-white, is it that whites are inferior that motivates them to acquit on murder of a white person, acquit on theft of a white person, acquit on rape of a... No, it's not these notions or claims that we are inferior. No, it is revenge. It is revenge born out of these fictions. No evidence even needed. Evidence for our victimization is all around us. Everywhere, your entire life, we are victimized. Every single place you go in the white race, every Western country, victimized. But the white race can't talk about it. The white race won't talk about it. The white race drags their feet when it comes to it. And they say when the schmucks come in, no, you can't talk about it. You know, really strikes me that these people are actually, in every case, anti-white operators feigning to be pro-white or white nationalists or whatever it is, the taboo grifters in general, who are actually anti-whites in substance and being and thought and action, and they are just counterfeiting, masquerading, because they come into our circles and they poison our thinking. They poison our strategies. They poison real leaders of the white race, people who are doing good and have a strategy to do great good for Western kind. They come in and they poison it. Whatever you do, don't do what works, they tell you. So there you have this guy, a real winner when it comes to anti-whiteism in the world we have to live in. A big hello to everybody here on X and elsewhere. We need to get into and keep this baby moving into our quick news. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Come on, make it happen. Make it happen. There we go.
Breaking moments ago, President Trump announcing a powerful strike against the Islamic State in Nigeria. Let's go back to Madison Scarpino live in West Palm Beach with the breaking details. Madison?
Yeah, Mike, President Trump says that strike was deadly, and he says it's because they've been targeting and viciously killing primarily Christians. Now, he just made the announcement on Truth Social saying in part, quote, I have previously warned these terrorists that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay. And tonight there was. The Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Under my leadership, our country will not allow radical Islamic terrorism to prosper. May God bless our military, and Merry Christmas to all, including the dead terrorists, of which there will be many more if their slaughter of Christians continues. Now,
I hope he runs again. Third term, baby. I need a lot more of that. Merry Christmas, even to all the sumbitches we killed. God bless you, Trump. Take a look at this. Vienna, Christmas. Beautiful. Here we have Nick. We're going to be talking a little bit about this in a story here. Nick Shirley confronting the only journalist. I mean, you could imagine the kind of attention it would bring to a news channel if there were in-depth stories that were run on what's happening in the theft. And this is only one state, and it's only scratching the surface of one state. Imagine the rest of the United States, how bad it is. There should be exposés, but it just demonstrates what's more important than money. Even in Western civilization, anti-whiteism, the ideology of anti-whiteism, because reporters could make themselves rich. News channels could charge advertisers 5 times, 10 times what they charge when they run the stories on these exposés, shocking not only the nation, but the world. But instead, they're silent. And it means that anti-whiteism is more important than money. My cuck brothers and sisters out there, do you hear that? Anti-white ideology is more important than money. I know, sacrilegious to say such a thing, but it's a fact.
Minnesota Child Care right here. It's from the state of Minnesota's website. We're just wondering where the children are.
Where the children are?
Yeah, where are the children? It says you have 102
where the children are. Yes, that's what we want to know.
Children here, and you got $2.66 million this year in funding. And 2.5 million last year. We're just wondering where the kids are.
And who are you?
My name's Nick Shirley.
Nick Shirley.
And where are you? Which department? That is harassment.
Oh, we are from ourselves.
Yeah.
Hello, we'd like to ask where the money's going.
A lot more of that coming. Take a look at this.
Lloyd's Christmas tree might be the most extreme Christmas tree in Hollywood history. He lived on a 15-acre estate called Green Acres. It included a 44-room mansion, a golf course, a canoe stream, and a 20-foot Christmas tree every December. It actually wasn't a single tree, but 3 trees tied together, making it 9 feet wide and approximately 30 feet around.
Wow.
The groundskeeper was responsible for constructing the tree in October, wiring the branches together to make room for the family's ornament collection. For the next 2 months, they would decorate the Christmas tree right up until Christmas Eve, covering it in thousands of ornaments. Many of Harold's ornaments were one-of-a-kind pieces collected throughout the 30s, 40s, and 50s. He wasn't afraid to buy in bulk, though, and once purchased the entire Christmas tree display from Saks Fifth Avenue. By the 1950s, it held an estimated $25,000 worth of ornaments and would stay up in the house until March. By the 1960s, the tree was a year-round part of the home, and he even figured out a way to fireproof it. Unfortunately, after he died, his collection was auctioned off with the estate, and the ornaments have been scattered to different collections. Harold Lloyd's Christmas tree might be the most...
3 Christmas trees in one, ladies and gentlemen. Here you have the Indian government is complaining their citizens are being stranded, literally using the word stranded, in India due to President Trump's increased vetting for H-1B visas, stranded in their own countries.
These delays appointments while we do understand, as you also understand, that visa-related issues pertain to the sovereign domain of any country, we have flagged these issues and our concerns of our nationals to the US side, both here in New Delhi and in Washington, D.C. And we hope that these delays and these disruptions will be addressed. There are several people who have been they have been stranded for extended period of time.
They're stranded in India
Because of scheduling or rescheduling.
Yeah, Vivek, we want a bunch more of these folks. Take a look at this.
Pussies until they get about 30 or 40 of them, then they think they're tough. But they all wear nail polish is the fun part. This guy's wearing his mom's bra. That's crazy. And then in about an hour and a half, they'll be screaming crazy stuff, pretending they're tough. You don't believe in anything, that's why you cover your face. So your mom doesn't know you're out today?
They believe in anti-whiteism, trust me.
No, she explicitly told you, you can't go out, otherwise there's no Xbox for you later.
Look at that guy's high watering too. Look at this. They had arts and crafts.
Well, that's how they speak. Through signs. That's good. That's a good way to do it. They stand behind stuff like this so their dads don't kick the shit out of them when they get home.
They don't have fathers.
And they brought snacks, dude. They brought snacks. Look, they got chewy granola bars.
And they got a wagon.
Antifa guys.
Those are your anti-whites.
It's a big stat here, Griff. Since April 2nd, Liberation Day, S&P up 23%.
I want you to pay attention to this because you have all the taboo grifters now, the right-wing taboo grifters, and who just can't get enough of saying that Trump has done nothing, everything is worse.
NASDAQ up 35%, Dow Jones up 16% when we were told the stock market was going to crash and we're probably going towards a recession. So, yeah, they got it wrong again. Not exactly breaking news. Here's the big stat here, Griff. Since April 2nd.
Stock market up. Give it up for stop anti-whiteism. In the most vociferous anti-whites. They are there for the consequences of your hard work. They are there for the consequences of the time you spent studying and laboring while others partied. They are there for your savings. When you, with circumspect precision, save for rainy days and for opportunities in the future. With your health, with your money, they are there for that. They are there to steal your stores of everything that your labors, your ingenuity, your biospirit has equipped you with, and with which you have encircled yourself, improved your life. They are there for all of that. But my friends, as I was mentioning, they are also there to wear your skin. They are also there to be the new white race. They are there for that glorious history. They are there for that glorious dignity. And as haunting as that is, it doesn't even come close enough to fully articulating the infernal mind of an anti-white. They want to cut you out of your own flesh so that they can wear it and pretend like you never existed. Bam.
Ibo Noah did not come as expected
Now, even Noah in Africa predicted he's a big holy man. He predicted a huge flood on Christmas Day,
which angered the thousands of believers who had gathered there to await its arrival. Ibo Noah had claimed that God warned him of a global flood and said only those who joined him would be saved. In preparation, he announced...
No, that's not a bowl to eat out. No, out of. No,
that he had built 8 large wooden arks. His message spread quickly online, and an estimated 280,000 people traveled to stay near him, seeking protection. Many followers also donated large sums of money to support the project. When December 25 passed, with no signs of flooding, frustration and panic grew among the crowd. Some followers began questioning where their money had gone after reports surfaced that Ibo Noah had used donations to purchase luxury items.
Well, I mean, when you're a prophet of God, you got to ride up to the stable in style. You can't be riding up to the end of the world in some regular automobile. You need a first-class white man machine,
including a Mercedes-Benz. As tensions rose, a group of angry followers surrounded Ibo Noah. Witnesses say the situation became chaotic before local authorities intervened.
Well, you know what? He's got more followers than Lil Nicky does. So I guess that makes him more right. FedEx wins $2.2 billion federal contract, then immediately fires mostly white males, because you know they're not going to be able to fire non-white people and not be sued to death for discrimination. So they immediately unload a ton of white workers. It's going to be primarily white males, and replace them with H-1B workers. What do you think of FedEx now? It's a social morality. And remember, is the white race being victimized? Well, of course not. No evidence of that whatsoever. Beautiful. The white man's world. Here's another holy man in Africa. After a successful knee surgery in Italy, the prophet Awar is back in Kenya to heal the crippled and the sick. Yes. Just travel to the white man's country, have that knee problem taken care of in surgery by the white man's science, so you can get back to the holy healing, the faith healing of the crippled and the sick down in Africa. A British court imprisoned 18-year-old Martina Aganowski for life. Imprisoned her for life for stabbing her rapist in self-defense. The court didn't care that she was acting in self-defense and that she had been raped before. The court later denied her appeal to reduce her sentence from 17 years to 12. This is the anti-white world we live in. Let's have some more ethno-nationalism, shall we? Let's have some more white power, shall we? Let's have some more abstractionizing with the cucks out there. We've gotten to the point where women being raped, and this, of course, for many years now, we've seen many of these cases, defend themselves, and they go to jail for defending themselves during a rape. This is a guy who goes to the mall, and he's obviously not a pretty boy. And every guy here, I'm assuming that none of us are in that top 10% of prettiest faces, has had this experience in life. But this guy decides, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and take it to the extreme. I'm going to approach every single female. So, ladies, I really want you to pay attention to this, too.
Pretty.
Oh, thank you. I have a boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend?
Yes.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Abby.
I just thought you were, like, really pretty.
Oh, thank you.
You think I could get your phone number, maybe?
I have a boyfriend.
Okay.
I do, yeah.
Excuse me?
She has a boyfriend.
Excuse me?
Look at it.
You're both taken?
Yeah.
You think you have a boyfriend? No.
I have a boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend? You single by any chance?
I am not. I'm sorry.
Are you all having, guys out there, are you all having the war flashbacks? Are you flashing back to the combat of trying to get a phone number and trying to get a date? And this is what it ends up looking like time and again. When you try to approach normal, you're not going out like to a bar and trying to hunt down some female that is in the midst of some sort of injury in her life and then take advantage of her. No, you're just trying to talk to people regularly and have a conversation. And they're like, no, I have a boyfriend. No, I'm a lesbian. No, I'm a, on and on and on.
Single by chance?
I'm not.
Now watch what happens after this guy is getting burned down left and right.
Single?
I'm not. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend.
So you have a boyfriend?
Yeah.
You single?
No. I have a boyfriend. I'm sorry. I have a boyfriend.
Boyfriend?
I do. I have a boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend?
Yeah. I have a boyfriend.
A boyfriend?
Yep. I have a partner.
Welcome to the world of 90% of the male population. This is what the world is for. I want you to really appreciate this. This infuriates me, I've got to say. Absolutely infuriates me. Because this is the world of the 90% of guys.
Yeah, I have a boyfriend. I have a boyfriend. I have a boyfriend.
Yep.
I'm married. No. I have a boyfriend. I do have a boyfriend. I'm married. I have a boyfriend. I'm married. Come on, man.
I mean, I just got kicked out of the bar.
They called the cops on him. Absolutely sickening. Well, how about this? This is a little ditty. The average American woman now weighs an average of, average American woman, 166 pounds, as much as men weighed. The average man weighed in 1960. And women are wondering why they're just not picked up and spun around anymore. I wonder why.
Guys, the United...
Again, remember all of the taboo grifters on the right, whatever that means, that are hating on Trump and have been hating on Trump and doing everything they could to undermine all of the positivity that Trump and the administration is producing.
The United States is on pace for the largest one-year drop in murders the country has ever recorded.
Did you just hear that? The largest drop in murders the country has ever recorded.
Yes. It says America. According to new data from the Real-Time Crime Index and an analysis by expert Jeff Asher, not only are murders down almost 20%, which will become by far the largest decline on record, but other types of crime too are seeing large reported declines nationwide, and that's across locations of all population sizes. Even
keep talking about you taboo grifting scum, about how awful Trump is in this administration. They would rather have Kamala. Take a look at this. And remember, I don't support or endorse the news. I just bring to you what other people are reporting. There is no God but Allah at this Christmas tree and Christmas event. At this, I guess, time of year.
Is ending.
Oh.
I just want to say that if I ever was rude or mean to you in 2025, please work on yourselves so I don't have to do it again next year. As this year is ending.
Yes, true. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard of first aid. Well, here comes last aid. I have to turn that music off. Check out last aid. Oh, boy. She'll probably fall on him and kill him. Just in, a federal judge blocks West Virginia's ban on artificial food dyes. West Virginia full of white people. And this anti-white black judge decided that she was not going to allow the ban on poisons in food to move forward. How do you address this? You're not ever getting rid of black people. You got to become a people and put an end to anti-whiteism. That's what you do. This is gorgeous. I don't think I shared this the other day. This is not AI. This is a real white moose. Look at that. How magnificent. That's the sign that it's time for the white race to become a people. Learn to read the signs. Here you have two teachers who were just fired. They were forced to resign because these two female teachers tried to induce several children, to participate in an orgy with them. Enough said there. Female empowerment's going real well. Nick Shirley again.
Of the healthcare companies. Loads of them right here. Yes, we'd like to speak about getting healthcare here.
No.
Why can't I get healthcare here?
No, wait.
Warning, you are under video surveillance. No trespassing, security armed. Healthcare here, healthcare right here. There are 3 healthcare companies inside of this building right here in this room. Present help.
This guy is just an amateur. Imagine what a real reporter doing an expose would be able to uncover.
Right here, we're looking for the best rates of healthcare here inside this building because we have so many options. Who can we talk about getting the best healthcare?
I don't know.
No?
Sorry.
We headed over to the next building that had 22 of the same home health care providers.
This is absolute madness. This is compelling evidence of a massive multi-million-dollar fraud scheme being run by the Somali community, dozens of daycare centers with no children, home health care centers with no clients, food charities that aren't providing meals. We've got grocery stores and restaurants running food stamp fraud schemes, and hundreds of millions of dollars are being poured into this place, and it's a scam. And there's not a whisper about this.
Theft of our genius ingenuity industry, our work. Every day you're going to work. That's what it's the theft of. We need to realize that whenever they talk about dollars, the dollars just represent that labor and intelligence and creativity of our people. Never forget that. That's what they're stealing from us. It's not imaginary dollars. We have a comment over here. It says Trump is complicit in genocide. What genocide are you talking about? Palestinians? Don't care. That's my opinion of it. What I care about is the things that are positive for the white race. That's what I care about. If you're putting the well-being of Palestinians, if that's your concern, then you damn well better be a Palestinian. You damn well better be an Arab. Because if you're a white person, something's not working right inside your head. All that matters to people who are white positive is ending our victimization. That means that everything that Trump does that's good for our people is good. Anything that he does that is bad for our people is bad. You literally judging this guy on the basis of how Palestinians are treated. Give me a fucking break. I hope you don't mean what it looks like you mean. Roman era skeleton of a woman was recognized by the BBC as the first Black Briton. It actually is a white woman, scientists reveal. I know you look at this and you say, well, look, they got theirs. No, folks. If we don't recapture our destiny, and the only way to do that is to become a people, and the only way to do that is to use the concepts that by way of their use create a people out of our deracinated race, the truth will be that she was Black. So get that through your head. This objective reality. They're rewriting all of science every single day. And here we have the meme that holds true for me. When I first started my job and me now. And when I first started fighting for white well-being, that's what I looked like on the left. Full of piss and vinegar and healthy. And you know who did this to me? Not anti-whites, so-called friends, who upon hearing what works still rejected it.
Can you guess the percentage of women that were married in 1970 by the age of 30?
I'm gonna have to go high. I'm gonna go 70%.
Higher.
80?
Higher.
90?
91%.
91% of women.
Of women were married.
Wow, what is it?
By the age of 30. And now today?
Today.
Can you guess?
I got 50.
Lower.
40.
Lower.
30.
32%. Can you guess the percent?
32, the difference between 1970 and today. It's working out well for us, isn't it? Women not getting into, men are not going to continue to tolerate marriages where they're dominated by this emotionally capricious individual. And so things are going to have to change. Take a look at this. And here is men, white men for you. I want you to pay close attention to this story because so many people forget what this guy says. So many people forget what really is entailed in creating and maintaining Western civilization. Take it away.
Someone grabbed my collar and yanked me back, and it was Captain Dave Woolley, and he put a wooden hook, looks like a shepherd's hook that we pull ceilings with. He said, keep this out in front of you. If it disappears, stop and turn around. So I'm searching with it out in front of me like this, and all of a sudden this wooden hook gets really light, and I come back and it's chopped in half. And all I have is this little piece that was in my hands. I did what my captain said, turned around. It turns out the high pressure steam is invisible, and it will chop your head off.
What?
Yeah.
It will cut you right in half. God bless white men. Again, with Trump and the election that, of course, wasn't stolen. News from Georgia continues to pour out.
Owes President Donald J. Trump an apology. President Trump has been indicted by Fulton County. May I remind you that Fulton County has been found to be in violation of election law, not once for the hand audit, but twice for the machine count. And now we can prove that they had intentional human intervention, which is the predicate for election fraud.
There you have it. And how many 300s of thousands found to be completely fraudulent? I mean, check it out for yourself. Take a look at this. Mamdani, anti-white Mamdani's New York, the new head of the fire department.
Breaking news. Democratic Socialist Zor Mamdani just appointed a new firefighting chief for New York City, but you won't believe the catch.
Ignore is a career first responder. In just 9 days, she'll be running the world's busiest fire department, one of the most important appointments of the incoming administration.
And they deserve a leader who cares about their work because she did it herself, who understands every detail, and who will fight tirelessly to empower FDNY and make it the best firefighting force in the world.
Lillian Bonsignor began her career as an EMT in 1991 and was ultimately promoted to chief of the city's EMS division, where she served for...
I wonder if that had anything to do with her sex and politics.
3 years.
And I guess also her, I'm sure, celebrated sexuality. So she's automatically, what, in 3 years, she was made the head? Yeah, I'm sure that sounds completely copacetic. That's another white erased job.
Before retiring in 2022. Although she never served as a firefighter, she's confident that won't matter.
I know the...
Never served as a firefighter, but she is the head of New York fire departments now?
Job. I know what the firefighters need, and I can translate that to this.
Another white erased job. Another white guy who deserved the job, white erased. So this anti-white pig could have the job. And finally, when you want to take a little stroll down an icy driveway and you are an emu, it's not always easy.
Lovely day for a walk, isn't it, Carl? Definitely, kidhead! Hey, you don't shut up! Can't get the footing! I made it! Sweet mother of mercy! Lovely day for a walk, isn't it, Carl?
All right, let's walk.
Out loud, yeah, I said my name. Talked about the weight, talked about the pain. Didn't point fingers, didn't call for war. Just asked why my kids gotta carry more. But the heat came fast, not from outside. Came from my own, from the ones inside. They said, why you talking, why you rock the boat? Like silence is gold and shame is the code. I'm not here for villains or scenes on a screen. I'm here for help, for what we all need. If I sound firm, that don't mean cruel. I'm trying to build, not play the fool. I ain't your enemy, never was. Same street, same past, same blood. You don't win by making me the bad guy. You win when our people finally get by. Stop paying me wrong just to feel okay. That story don't feed us, it pushes us away. I don't wanna be the monster you see. White well-being's the victory. Yeah, I'm reaching for you, not pushing you out. We don't need a villain, we need buy-in now. There's nothing for you, not pushing you out. We don't need a villain, we need buy-in now. They tell me, keep it low, keep it tame. Like caring for our own is some kind of shame. But I see mom's tired, dad's one thing. Kids growing up apologizing just to fit in. That ain't strength, that's survival mode. We can do better light in the low. If my words hit hard, hear the reason why. I'm talking to my brothers eye to eye. You don't gotta agree with every line. Just see the goal and read the sign. You think I'm fighting you, that's not the play. I'm fighting what keeps us all in the gray. No crowns, no myths, no fake high ground. Stop paying me wrong just to feel okay. That story don't feed us, it pushes us away. I don't wanna be the monster you see. White well-being's the victory. Yeah, I'm reaching for you, not pushing you out. We don't need a villain, we need buy-in. I'm reaching for you, not pushing you out. We don't need a villain, we need buy-in.
Totally epic, ladies and gentlemen. Anglo-Saxon NWG, big salutes to this champion. We got a couple of perspicacious comments, just a couple of them. I haven't had time this week to really get to. Big salutes to Anglo-Saxon NWG. Totally beautiful work there. What a rocking little tune that was. You need to make that piece longer, man. I could dance to that for an hour. That is awesome. Perspicacious comments, and we have then we had the response here says he says, is it good to send money and weapons to Israel? I can't do anything about that. Can you? I can't do anything about that, but I can effectuate white positive outcomes. So I'm not going to complain about things I don't control. You know, I don't control the rings of Saturn. I don't control any comets or meteors that might be on the way and going to run into Earth at some point in the future. I have as much control over that. You have much as control over that as what amount of money and weapons go to Israel. You know what? If you want money and weapons to stop going to Israel, then we need, as white people, to become a people. And then as a people, we can effectuate outcomes that are white positive worldwide. But for now, what we can do to effectuate white positive outcomes is celebrate when Trump does white positive things that make him hear how happy we are, make all politicians hear how happy we are as a people when white positive things are achieved in the world, and when they do something that is for the ill being or works to the ill being of the white race, then we complain about those things. You've been listening to far too many ant-nats and Nazi LARPers and taboo grifters and all. They've got you focused on Jews, like it's just like Jews, look at that Jews. And you end up caring about the people they're at war at. You end up caring about the people that they are at war at or with or killing, and siding with the people who hate them. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? The white race is being obliterated. Holy shit. So I recommend that you heed Go Free and that you focus on white well-being. We have a lot of people that came out of those circles. Just know that. We've got a lot of people that came out of those circles and they realized, wait, I want to be for white well-being. That's where my heart is. That comports with my morality. I'm going to focus on that. That's where you need to be. Tell me, who have you been following that's telling you this stuff? Says he's not a fan of his tax money going to child murder in Gaza. You know where I put that on my list of priorities? I'm not a fan of white people being harmed with my tax dollars. That's what I'm not a fan of. That's what matters to me. And when we become a people, we can effectuate white positive outcomes across the board. That's how I'm going to remedy things. That's where my focus is. So who are the content creators? I'd like to know, in all seriousness. I get the position. I've been in this over 3 decades. I know the arguments. I've been at the conference. I've been at the meetings where they'll do the same thing, where it's complete focus on Jews, what Jews are doing, siding with the enemies of the Jews, complaining about what's being done to the victims of the Jews. I get it. I've heard it all. Who are you following? Who are the people? Because I'm curious. Perspicacious Comments, ladies and gentlemen. We only got 2 of them. This week has been a busy week. I've been on interviews and I've been holding more gatherings. The first one we got here is Joe from Instagram. Perspicacious comment. I just received my copy of Going Free in the mail yesterday. I started reading it today and couldn't put it down. Every thought, every word was a purifying ocean wave washing over me. It laid out the world in front of me so clearly, so succinctly. It was as if you've been living my entire life with me and showed me everything I've ever felt or subconsciously understood was wrong with the world. It's validating to know I'm not alone, that none of us are alone in the struggle. It's the most important book I've ever read, and I'll read it again and again and again. Thank you for all you do for us, Mr. Kuna. Big salutes to Joe over on Instagram. Deeply appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. Final comment, Perspicacious. Chatterstan. For the schmucks and cucks, your argument is that if enough people, mostly white people, get fed up, then AIPAC will just go away. That's not going to happen because you don't work together. You can't, as selfish individualists, work against a well-oiled machine with unlimited resources to counter your attacks. If you want real change, we need a white identity and to collaborate together to achieve white well-being. What will happen when we accomplish that is the focus stays on our people, and we can then ask the question as a collective peoplehood. Gee, is it really good for us to be propping up other groups ahead of our own and sending the wealth from our ingenuity to other nations? That's anti-white. Well, did you hear that, my friend over there on Premium Rumble? We're not doing that anymore. Close quote. Pathologically fixating on other groups psychologically and subconsciously leads us down a toxic road of behaviors that make us hate and resent. This is what is killing because it keeps us from becoming a people, forming a white positive identity and engaging in anti-non-white animus. In other words, be outraged and acquire a dopamine fix from anti-non-white content creators bitching endlessly about and demonizing all non-white people. Immoral. Don't feel the need to act as a people, to have self-defense against anti-whiteism, and repeat. Give it up for Chatterstan, ladies and gentlemen. And that's our Perspicacious Comments for today. As I say, only a couple. Today, we'll get right back into our items. The White House rejecting the Catholic bishop's immigration Christmas wish. Another reason to love. Another reason to love Donald J. Trump in this act, ladies and gentlemen. Long live the white positivity and actions of Donald Trump. Who else do we have here? King of Fun is here. Jay Bishop is here. Franklinator is here. Good to see you. Dennis is in the house. Joseph is with us. High Speed Drifter has appeared. King is with us. The Great Cool and Pants are both with us. Great to see you. Phoenix Rises is here. Welcome, Phoenix. Eva is here. Brian is here. Biospirit of the West. These are like the big movements on the stage, you know, so people can see you from the distance. Biospirit of the West is with us. Cindy Ben is here. I'm seeing white positive efforts of Trump every day, says Phoenix Rises. Thank you so much. Shams the Cat is here. Hello and welcome. Azimuth Clark in the house. Samuski is saying, I have no doubt there are anti-white people backing and defending and running these operations. First Last is here. Mr. Zokov. Good to see you, brother. Marcus, hello and welcome. Goofus is here. Hello, hello. Ivan the Habable is here. Good to see you all. Thanks for coming over. The first last name, the Drifter Grifter. Nice. Missing 411. The pews in the Church of the West are filling up. And it's good to see you all. Thank you for... Well, what did the Catholics say? What did they say here? I would like our brethren in the Church of the West who are Catholics to speak up and to share with me. Tag me as No White Guilt. Let me know what the heck is... all of our churches have been defeated by anti-whiteism. And the Catholicism, another one defeated by anti-whiteism. And really problematic is what I so often read and cited by bishops in the Catholic Church. These couple of notions. Number one is this that rich nations, i.e. white nations, I don't see this anywhere else, and I've looked. So rich nations, white nations, morally must bring in the populations of poor nations, i.e. non-white nations. I have looked for Catholic organizations demanding the importation of poorer white nations, and I haven't found it before. Maybe you can find it for me. Maybe it's there, but it's so small compared to what the Catholics are always demanding. Bishops, not the people, good Catholic people, but the church itself demanding more and more non-white. They're poor. They're impecunious. They need to be. So this is a moral demand. It's a principle that's continually, recurrently discussed from the central figures, powerful figures in the Catholic Church. The white countries must bring in the non-white countries. Let's just say it like it is. The second principle that they harp on regularly, and the next one together, these two make it extraordinarily poisonous, is that families must be kept together. Family unification is this core driving principle that I read from popes and bishops and on and on. So what ends up happening? What's the result for Western civilization? Well, the result is that we capitulate to bringing in non-white people from around the world, and then we have to unite them with their family. You can't leave their family behind. So, and in so many of these cases, the father or the mother of the family that comes in, or the child wants to bring the parents. So at whatever age the child is, wants to bring the parent. Got to take care of the parents. They're my immediate family. Got to take care of them. They're my immediate family, and they've gotten old. And now they're just old and suffering. Well, these bishops will say, yes, family reunification. They come in and they say, a wife or a husband, I got to bring my brother or my sister. That's my immediate family. That's my immediate family. And that satisfies, in countless articles I've read over the years, the immediate family moral requirement. You got to come in. This is what is known as chain migration. And so we have it, of course, continuing. Now, I know the Jewsburgs want to say, oh, it's just the Jews doing this. It's all the Jews. It's just the Jews, and it's only Jews. But of course, it's the Protestants of every denomination. It's the Catholics. It's the Mormons. It's all. And then they'll say, oh, well, the Jews give them money for it. So it's the Jews. It's still the Jews. They give them money for it. Oh, really? Well, where's the money? How do they? Well, it comes from the government. Okay, so it's happening through the government. Yeah, but it's still the Jews are making the government give these churches this money to bring them in. So the church is taking the money. Who are the people that are taking the money again? Are they Jews? No, they're just white anti-whites or other non-white anti-whites. So all day long, when these people, they want to say, oh, there's a Jew behind them. Well, then there's a white person participating in the anti-whiteism, a white person taking the money, a white person taking the role, a white person taking the job. Remember that, everybody, when you come up against one of these Jewsburg anti-non-white people, and they've got that little low IQ trick of just saying, well, okay, maybe in this case, it's not actually somebody with the last name Finkelstein, but it's Finkelstein behind them. Well, they're taking the money, aren't they? The United States Conference of Catholic Bishops has been a vocal critic of President Trump and his administration's enforcement of immigration policy. Since back in January, they were some of the first to object to the plan for wide-scale deportations. In a statement released after the inauguration, the USCCB said, quote, we recognize the need for the immigration reform enforcement and affirm the government's obligation to carry it out in a targeted, proportional, and humane way. However, non-emergency immigration enforcement in schools, places of worship, social service agencies, healthcare facilities, or other sensitive settings, really anywhere, would be contrary to the common good. Close quote. They talk like that because they're so effete and pathetic. So essentially they said, yeah, we recognize that there has to be some deportations, except they name rubrics that under those rubrics would fit all of society. There's nowhere. So we recognize the need that some people have to be deported, except anywhere in the country. If you go and snatch them anywhere in the country, then we disagree with that. Nice little trick there from people who are supposed to be moral and the eyes of God are upon them. Vice President Vance himself, a Catholic, responded saying, I was actually heartbroken by the statement. And I think that the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops needs to actually look in the mirror a little bit and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants, are they worried about humanitarian concerns? Or are they actually worried about their bottom line? What comes first in all things? The ideology. They are servicing anti-whiteism because they're anti-white. Because in the anti-white West, that's the most moral thing that you can be. You know how I know that? Because they have changed their reading of the Bible to comport with anti-whiteism. It's fascinating, isn't it? So that reveals to you that what's more important is anti-whiteism. They are behaving in a moral way by being anti-white, by white erasing Western civilization. That is the morality they're doing. So what makes an anti-white? What comes first and foremost? Jealousy and envy. What comes second, though? We teach this in Go Free. Plunder and lust. So plunder and lust motivates an anti-white secondarily. Still a motivator. But conservatives don't want to talk about the victimization of Western kind because that also is considered immoral. So instead, they want to focus on the plunder aspect of it. Typical. But that's how we got here today, isn't it? That's one of the main reasons, because we don't focus on our victimization. We don't become a people to defend ourselves and advocate for our well-being, do we? So instead, focusing on the dollars, they're just motivated by the dollars. Follow the money that's the conservatives' mantra. I think they say that when they're falling asleep every night. Follow the money. And they mean it both in a negative connotation and in a positive connotation. Follow the money. Follow the money. Blowjob Vance is, of course, correct. No. Halfway there. The Catholic Church and its various charitable arms have received hundreds of millions in taxpayer funds to resettle illegal immigrants in America. In fact, over half of the U.S. CCB's total revenue for 23 came from the taxpayer. Can you believe the Catholic Church, if not the richest entity on planet Earth, very nearly incalculable wealth, and they're taking our money? I don't know. Maybe we need to change or include some of these strongholds where the leaders, the current misleaders of the Catholic Church reside in some of these military strikes. You keep stealing our money. One of the wealthiest entities on planet Earth. As the writer has pointed out many times, the catechisms of the Catholic Church is clear on the issue of immigration. It says nations are obligated to take in immigrants to the extent they are able. Isn't that an interesting way to put it? To the extent that they are able. Because who decides? Who decides when a country is no longer able? I guess it's no longer able when it's completely white erased. That's a fancy little way to say that we decide what God thinks of you. We decide that you're still able. White people still have jobs. White people aren't dead yet. You're still able. Oh, and it requires the immigrants to obey the laws and customs of their new nations. Really, where's the enforcement of that? Especially in a religious teaching where all you have to do is say, my bad, and it's all forgiven. Yeah. That sounds like that will work, huh? Could you imagine that being the law of the land for how we determined whether we're going to punish people or not? Oh, you just raped the ever-living life out of her. What's that? You're bad? Okay, you're free. You're free. So total nonsense. 2 days ago, Catholic bishops in Florida once again asked the Trump administration in charge its stance on immigration, to change its stance on immigration enforcement. Namely, they wanted an amnesty over the Christmas holiday. And for this, I love Trump, because Trump said, no, thank you. No, we're not going to pause it. Florida Catholic bishops made an appeal on Monday for a pause in immigration enforcement for the Christmas holidays, but the White House said operations will continue. And in fact, if I were Trump, I would send ICE to the homes and the churches and where these people are worshiping to look for some of the problem element. The appeal to President Donald Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was issued by Miami Archbishop Thomas Winsky and signed by 7. That's actually Winsky. That's how you say his name. He prefers it that way for some reason. And signed by 7 other members of the conference. The border has been secured, Winsky wrote. The initial work of identifying and removing dangerous criminals has been accomplished to a great degree. Over 500,000 people, good worshippers, I'm sure Catholics, parishioners, have been deported. And nearly 2 million more have voluntarily self-deported. At this point, the maximum enforcement approach of treating irregular immigrants in mass means that now many of the arrest operations inevitably sweep up numbers of people who are not criminals, but just here to work my job. You effete motherfucker. My job. The jobs of people I love. The jobs of people I care about. Our jobs. My people's jobs. And aside from the jobs, transforming our society. I don't give a shit if they're here to work. I don't want my society transformed to reflect Central and South America. don't want to live there. This is a Western country. I have no shame about that. And I will burn your ass down for wanting to transform it. You are the villain here. All they want to do is work. He continued, it should be noted that a significant majority of those detained in Alligator Alcatraz have no criminal background. Except you broke all of the laws to come into my home. You broke the laws to be in my home. No criminal background? Let me guess, though. And that you made them do it. Go to hell. Vance praises a YouTuber Nick Shirley's report on Somali fraud in Minnesota. Far more useful journalism than 2024 Pulitzer Prize winners. Boy, look at this is what America is not. It is not going to look like. We are not going to be a non-white nation. We are not going to be Muslim. Fuck you to hell with that bullshit. We are not going to dress our women like this. Go to hell. Vice President Blowjob Vance praised YouTuber Nick Shirley's reporting on fraud in the state of Minnesota, stating that Shirley had done far more useful journalism than any of the 24. Got it. This dude has done far more useful journalism than any of the winners of the 24 Pulitzer Prize, Vance wrote. Vance post came in a response to a video posted on X in which he and his team exposed Minnesota fraud. Shirley explained that he and his team uncovered over 100 and wow, in one day, 110 million in one day. So they're saying, apparently CBS today said of the 18 billion that has gone to Minnesota for all of these different things, and including the scams that now we're being told about with the cards, the EBT cards and everything else, food stamps, as they used to be, 18 billion, and as much as more than half was fraud. That's CBS. I wonder, and check it out for yourself to make sure that I wasn't hallucinating. Check it out for yourself. And think about all of that industry. Think about all of your work that was stolen, all of your effort. That could be going to your family. That could be going to ensure that your children and your loved ones live in safe places with the best amenities. Safe places with the best amenities. That could be going to research to cure disease, actually cure disease, and not just come up with symptom treatments. They could be going to research and backing white guys in their garages who are inventing things every single day that make all of our lives better. Could be going to that and then benefiting your loved ones, benefiting you. But no, it's going into the pockets of this anti-white garbage. Really, you have to focus, this community knows, on us. Focus on the layers, the numerous, the manifold layers of our victimization. Here's the full 42 minutes of my crew, and I was exposing Minnesota fraud. Again, pointing out that this guy is an amateur. He's a guy. He doesn't have a newsroom of help. He's not a professional journalist that has access and people who work in the industry and can find things out and more resources to dig under, maybe with detectives, the underbelly of not only Minnesota and not even just the full state, but areas in Minnesota. Imagine how big this is. Imagine all that has been stolen from you and your babies, your grandchildren, our white brothers and sisters to come. Imagine all that has been stolen by these anti-white animals across the United States of all races. Imagine it. What would your life be like? What would their lives be like? While you work your ass off and scrape to get by with nothing and deal with anti-whiteism at every turn in your professional career, a fraction of what it could have been. As you work your ass off for nothing, they're rolling away in Jaguars, Maseratis, with some of them with very low IQs off of the abundance. What would the pay versus the price of goods be like in the United States, in the rest of the West? Imagine what you could afford if there wasn't this kind of theft. In my opinion, people who commit this level of victimization of the population in toto should be executed, not sent to jail, not just kicked out of the country, not go on trial. There's a protracted trial where they can bring all this red tape to bear. A trial where the evidence is looked at. If guilty, the punishment is execution. If there are other crimes that a person could commit against one other human being and be executed, then how do we not have execution for committing a crime against the total population of the country? How do we not have executions being handed out left and right? That's a norm of Western kind. We would not allow this kind of thing to go by and allow criminals to be able to get off the hook or to implement some sort of legal strategy so that their punishment is reduced to a little bit of a fine, or they got to give back the things they bought, or no, against the wall, buddy. Conservative activist Benny Johnson pointed out that Shirley had exposed over 100 million in Minnesota Somali fraud funneled through fake daycares and healthcare fronts. And again, like I was reading today and yesterday about all of this EBT card stuff where they're swiping it and just no goods being exchanged. They're just taking the money. Nick Shirley visited the Quality Learning Center in South Minneapolis, reporting that the Learning Center hadn't even spelled its name correctly on its sign, with learning misspelled as luring. As a citizen reporter approached the facility, an unidentified woman yelled, "Don't open up!" incorrectly claiming Shirley and the man with him, some older guy, were immigration. Really? So she said, "Don't open their ICE, and you some bitches are illegally here." Not don't open because they're on to the fraud of the billions of dollars that you're stealing. I mean, talk about giving away the game. Shirley's reporting comes after the City Journal released a report in November that found the federal counterterrorism sources had confirmed that the Somali community in Minnesota was sending millions of dollars in stolen funds to Somalia. The funds were ending up in the hands of the terrorist group Al-Shabaab. Maybe we should have some targeted strikes and completely annihilate. Let's vaporize Al-Shabaab. I mean, if we're going to hand over some Moabs to Israel to drop them on Iran, let's sprinkle some of them babies where we want them to go for our benefit, right? Let's sprinkle some Moabs all over the place. White men invented it. Let's go ahead and sprinkle them babies all over the place until we get some respect again. We'll call it the Great Sprinkling. And guess what? Anti-whites won't be dumb enough to refer to it as the Great Sprinkling. Only you dumb white bitches out there are dumb enough to refer to our erasure, our white erasure, as the Great Replacement. It's a wonderful replacement. Every simpleton and ignoramus knows it. It's a great and wonderful replacement. Seeing these memes come up where they're like, tell me the great replacement isn't real. Unbelievable. Yeah, we'll call it the great sprinkling, but the anti-whites aren't dumb enough to repeat that, will they? The Treasury Department, I guess that's what Besant said. He's investigating reports that Minnesota taxpayer funds ended up. Okay. Education Secretary Linda McMahon has also called for Waltz to resign over the reports of massive education fraud occurring within the state's college system. Ilhan Omar, Tim Walz, there is no justice system in the West. There is no law. Just know that. There's no law because you have people that are above the law, people that can skirt the law. So there is no law. There is no justice. There is no blind justice. There's no justice. There's no law. Obey the laws unless you can get away with it. Because if they can do it, then I can do it. That's my mantra. I have no obligation to honor a system that isn't applied uniformly. Tim Walz should already be arrested. Ilhan Omar, they have the evidence that she became a citizen fraudulently. I understand. She should immediately be yanked out of Congress. No chance of opinions being and arguments being waged. It's already a crime to steal citizenship. You've stolen from me. It's compounded a millionfold when you use that stolen citizenship to obtain a position of authority over me. Gone. Let's see what ends up happening. Open letter to Vivek Ramaswamy. Ramaswamy. Marcus is here. Hello. Westman is here. Hello, good to see you. Remember, tag me as that symbol. No wine. Yo, Cool Papa J Magic says, this is the only community who sees clearly what is going on. And not even we can ever fully comprehend how different our lives would be without anti-whiteism. 100%. Profound statement. 100%. Celsius is here. Inquisitor is here. Ah, that's funny. Somebody actually wrote and properly got the comment deleted. Thanks, Protestants. You ruined the Catholic Church. Bro, they were all defeated by anti-whites and anti-whiteism. The Protestants did it. I am no one said. He's still yelling at us. Man, you only take what I'm saying as directed at you if you're guilty of it. If I stand in a crowd and somebody's at a lectern and they are hammering away on the evil of pedophilia, I'm cheering them on. I'm like, yes, the entire time. At no point am I like, is he talking about me? Hey, is he talking about like us? So, come on. Joe is here. John, I'm sorry. Good to see you. Joseph, Catholicism has been completely obliterated by anti-white. It has. And you know what's awesome, though? Like with the Protestants, Mormons as well, have reached out to me. Catholics have reached out to me and said they feel closer to their faith, more in tune with their faith by way of the Go Free dialogic. You take your authority away from the leadership of these institutions. You invest it in the spirit of the West, and everything changes for you. Those institutions, what's passed down, weren't anti-white institutions, but they've become that because anti-whiteism defeated them. Looking for tags. We got King of Fun saying that I and Fuentes say the same thing. Not hardly. Fuentes is a taboo grifter. That means he will insult the taboos of the age for the purpose of aggrandizing himself, increasing his popularity. And he has these endless pivots, one to the other, before something that seems like it's for the white race, and then the next minute, sidling up beside a black nationalist who beds white women and has sex with family members of the same sex. No problem there. So is the well-being of white people a hard red line? No, it's not a hard red line for a taboo grifter. But you can see a taboo grifter can flip around, just like Fuentes did, and then say in his interview with Tucker Carlson, as he changed his grift to try to make his way to a larger audience because it's the popularity that matters for a taboo grifter, that nobody should have a peoplehood, a tribe in the United States. Nobody should. That would be white people too. That's our only way to end our victimization. So he'll pursue and say whatever gets him popular. Well, in taboo grifting, it's going to be all the taboos of the day, which means that race is one of them. And that's where people will confuse the overlap. In one case, you have a genuine advocate right here. The advocacy never changes. I bring a remedy to the problem. Remedies to the problem, pragmatic approaches to the challenges we face, are anathema to taboo grifters. Doesn't talk about them, does he? Doesn't talk about remedies. And articulating a fanciful, hide your power level, take over the CIA is not a strategy. That's a strategy to keep you peddling without a chain so you'll stay an audience member and keep being a paycock. Big difference. All right. Let us continue. This is, of course, my open letter. And this is the one, I saw other people respond to Vivek Ram. I don't know if this is going to help or not at the distance this monitor is. Vivek Ramaswamy got amazing views and had nothing to say of value. Nothing. Arvel's video got like 50,000 views, 10 minutes, 50,000 views in one day. And he had nothing of value. I like the guy too. And I think he's a smart guy. That video had nothing of value. In fact, if I would have taken Ramaswamy's position, I could have defeated Arvel's arguments easily. So this is the proper argument to wage against Vivek Ramaswamy to undermine him. And it would be nice if Casey Putsch were to use these arguments against Vivek Ramaswamy and maybe injure him enough so that he can never return to politics ever again, and send a message to the Republican cuck base establishment that white people are not putting up with abstractionizing anymore, that our country is not an opinion. It's our identity. Amazing stream so far. Here you have Western Kind saying this. He's having the same phenomenon. This is probably the censorship on X to white identity. No censorship. In fact, boosting on X for anti-Jew garbage. Anti-non-white garbage, but in particular, anti-Jew garbage. Boosted. But here, amazing. He said it disappeared for him. Wow. Seamus, Robert. Thank you. Okay. Open letter to Vivek Ramaswamy regarding his December 17, 2025 article in the New York Times. Vivek, you write, there are two competing visions now emerging on the American right, and they are incompatible. One vision, and I want you to pay attention to how Vivek, who he decides to compete against. He doesn't decide to compete against white well-being. He decides to compete against white ill-being, anti-Jew garbage. And the reason for that is that his audience that he's appealing to is the white population, who he knows correctly won't go along with this shit. But he also knows would heed the arguments of white positivity. There are two competing visions now emerging on the American right, and they are incompatible. One vision of American identity is based on lineage, blood, and soil. Inherited attributes matter most. The purest form of an American is so-called heritage American, one whose ancestry dates back to the founding of the United States or earlier. This view is now popularized by the Groyper right, a rapid ascendant online movement that argues for the creation of a white-centric identity. Interesting that would come from a multiracial group of people. This is a predictable response, he says, and what I anticipated in 22 book, Nation of Victims, to anti-white discrimination over the last half decade, and is no longer just a fringe viewpoint, close quote. I say this. You start your piece by invoking blood and soil, a phrase with Nazi connotations, to describe white Americans' growing frustration with their declining influence and well-being in cultural and political life. This rising pushback on the right comes from millions of good white people who feel they've been disproportionately disadvantaged in recent socio-political shifts. Framing these competing forces in such loaded terms raises the question about whether your goal is fair critique or dismissal through guilt by association. The Groyper froglets do not speak for white people or our legitimate interests and concerns. That phenomenon is a multiracial online spectacle led by a handful of provocateurs, taboo grifters, who built followings by serving up simple scapegoats and cheap cathartic release. I understand why it's convenient for you, Vivek, to spotlight them as the public face of white advocacy. It lets you evade the substance of our actual grievance. But that deflection won't work indefinitely. Sooner or later, you'll have to address the real issues we raise. And again, I want to remind you that the CIA cut out operations like the Times, Rolling Stone, and so many others that many people have argued are CIA cutouts, started reporting that Fuentes, Little Nicky, was the leader when this guy had like 1,000 people showing up. There are conservative content creators. I mean, even Salty Cracker has episodes where he has 35, 40,000 people live. And it's been that way for years and years. Note how they didn't go to his house and say that he was the leader of the right. They've been building this guy up in this movement. What's going on here? Vivek writes, quote, the alternative and, in my view, correct vision of American identity is based on ideals, close quote. And I say this, America is not an abstract idea. It is a distinct people. The people who founded, built, and continue to sustain it. White America, which is white America. To this base, we add many wonderful people from all backgrounds who have loved and productively contributed to this great country. But without white America, America's Western character would be utterly erased. This is the point that Casey needs to drive on Vivek in every interview, every radio show, spot, in any debates. This is what he has to drive home. Remove any other group and America would certainly change, but it would still fundamentally remain America. Quote, Americanness isn't a scalar quality that varies based on ancestry. It's binary. Either you are or an American or not. You're an American if you believe in the rule of law, so opinions. freedom of conscience, freedom of expression, colorblind meritocracy, multiracial meritocracy. In the U.S. Constitution, in the American dream of just getting wealthier. And if you are a citizen who swears exclusive allegiance to our nation, close quote. I write, I agree. American citizenship is not scalar, nor is the essence of America merely a set of abstract ideas, Vivek. While citizens today hail from every corner of the world, the nation's fundamental Western character was forged and continues to be sustained by white Americans. To downplay or devalue that historic contribution is to undermine the unique role white Americans have played in building this country. It also risks eroding our legitimate claim to its cultural and institutional inheritance. It is ours. Consider the implication of your argument that America is just an opinion that anyone on earth can adopt. It forces white Americans whose ancestry built this nation across generations to compete for their own inheritance against billions worldwide. Republican and conservative leaders, such as yourself, tout the benefits of merit-based immigration. Benefits for whom? Under a merit-based immigration system that admits only the best, white Americans would face even stiffer foreign-born competition for what their fathers and forefathers created. Framing America solely as a propositional nation risks turning it into a global contest where the founding stock could gradually lose control over our country. America isn't a sports arena where earthlings compete. It's our home. Quote, as Ronald Reagan quipped, we can go to live in France, but you can't become a Frenchman. But anyone can, from any corner of the world, can come to live in the United States and become an American, no matter your ancestry. If you wait your turn and obtain citizenship, you are every bit as an American as a Mayflower descendant. Has nothing to do with time. Like, this is where Arvil is totally blowing it. It has nothing to do with how long you've been here. It has to do with your biospirit, what you produce. As long as you subscribe to the creed of the American founding and the culture that was born of it, this is what makes American exceptionalism possible, close quote. You know, to take it even further, how old is Arvil, for example? I'm not beating up on him. I'm just choosing him out of the assortment of people that responded to this that I felt were inferior to my take. They are inferior. Their takes are inferior to my take. Anti-whites could make the argument, here's an Indian that was born in this country, Indian. He's 95 years old. Are you 35 years old? He's been an American longer than you have. And then I write this in response to Vivek. Those weren't Reagan's own words, but rather a letter from an anonymous author that he chose to share as he left office. So really unscrupulous of Vivek, isn't it? Reagan used to love to quip. You, buddy. I write here, while Reagan expressed admiration for those sentiments, he was human and fallible. He was days from his 78th birthday when he departed the White House, and many observers had noted signs of cognitive decline in his final years as president. Just a few years later, he publicly disclosed his Alzheimer's diagnosis. More importantly, who was the anonymous author of this letter, and what exactly did it say in full? Did the author speak more broadly to his devaluation of white Americans in favor of populations from non-Western countries? What we know about the letter is that it emphasizes America as an idea open to anyone, which downplays the role of cultural continuity and the experiences of the longest-standing demographic group, white Americans. It's worth noting, while some who most strongly champion the America as an idea, not a people view, often appear to benefit socially, politically, or professionally from framing the nation in those terms. Are you listening, Putsch? Quote, The divide between these two views is more fundamental than policy divides between Republican and Democrat. Older Republicans who may doubt the rising prevalence of the blood and soil view should think again. My social media feeds are littered with hundreds of slurs, most from accounts that I don't recognize, about, quote, Pajeets and, quote, street shitters, and calls to deport me, quote, back to India. I was born and raised in Cincinnati and have never resided outside the U.S., close quote. I write in response to that. You tout your American birth as a flex on your critics, yet you dismiss generations of white American ancestry as mere historical accident. You embrace the soil in Blood and Soil when it confers citizenship, but emphatically reject the blood because it never could. This selective civic nationalism is transparent in its self-interest. The vulgarian attacks you endure online are merely the ugly froth on a deeper current. Millions of white Americans are weary of arguments carefully crafted to minimize our legitimate interests, our historic claims, and our role as the indispensable source of America's Western character. Are you listening, Casey? This is what you have to drive home. This is what all politicians, anybody going to run for office, this is what you have to talk about. We are the source of Western identity in the United States. It doesn't matter how long or how short, how brief we've been here. It doesn't matter how long non-white people have been in America or in Germany or in France or in Sweden. We are the source of the West. Take everybody else out, and our countries would be different. But get rid of us, and there are no Western countries. I continue. Even MAGA, and for now Trump himself, appears to be turning against your position. As visas are revoked, the borders strengthened, and birthright citizenship challenged to the roaring approval of many millions of white Americans, the proposition that America is merely an idea or a fortunate birthplace is fading. Your moment, Vivek, may be passing with it. Quote, anti-Semitic statements are now normalized online, and it's not limited to the internet either. Rob Dreyer, a conservative writer, recently described a trip to Washington, D.C., where he estimated that a sizable minority of the Republican Gen Z staffers are fans of the taboo grifter Nick Fuentes. The new online right movement doesn't represent the views of most real-world Republican voters. Take it from the son of an Indian immigrant who dominates polling in Ohio's GOP primary for governor. But as one of the most vocal opponents of left-wing identity politics, I now see real reluctance from former anti-woke peers to criticize the new identity politics on the right. This pattern eerily mirrors the hesitance of prominent Democrats to criticize woke excess in the run-up to the 2024 presidential election, even though most Democrat voters clearly never believed that math is racist or that hard work and written tradition are hallmarks of whiteness. Notice he uses whiteness for our people. Noel Ignatiev's anti-white concept. He continues, that's a big part of why Kamala Harris lost in such spectacular fashion in the post-Trump GOP makes the same mistake with our own identitarian friends. We will meet a similar fate, quote, close quote. I write this. You mentioned a particular taboo grifting figure, but he's merely one of many in today's attention-driven online ecosystem. These egotistical provocateurs aren't new. Only our easy access to them is. And they aren't the main reason your colleagues hesitate to criticize or disavow white American concerns and well-being. Vivek, you've spoken proudly about your Indian heritage and Hindu faith, and no one demands you abandon that. By the same token, growing numbers of white Americans feel the same about our people, heritage, achievements, and stake in this country. We won't be argued or shamed out of it. He writes, young people are often leading indicator of where political minds are blowing, and the generational nature of the problem is remarkable. Many voters under 30 believe they will never be able to afford a home. They're often saddled with college debt, and absent dramatic policy intervention, Social Security will most likely be curtailed before they ever receive benefits. They are understandably bitter about it. Their rising sense of economic insecurity conspires with pin-up psychological angst. Depression and anxiety are more prevalent among members of Gen Z than in prior American generations. In the absence of a shared national identity, they're turning to tribalism and victimhood instead. Groiperism on the right, Zoran Mamdani infused socialism on the left. So what's the solution? We need to imagine a new American dream that delivers economic empowerment while also filling the next generation's hunger for purpose and belonging. To achieve that vision, four conditions must be met, close quote. And this is where I wrap up on this. And I got to tell you, the anti-whites are framing the argument and the sides. You can either be a groiper froglet, a subservient worshiper of a taboo grifter who can turn on a moment's notice and say, I'm a Mexican in his pro-white advocacy, and can suddenly become anti-Southerner, can suddenly become pro or anti-poor, and then months later say that he is the embodiment of the poor. You can choose that, or you can choose the anti-whiteism of the other side. Do not let them frame the argument for you. We and these arguments are the proper defense and representation of the well-being of white Americans, white Canadians, white Germans, white Italians, on and on. I write with this. The decline in living standards for many Americans is a result of decades of policies that favored corporations over workers, offshoring jobs, and allowing wealth to concentrate at the top. Socially, the decline is a result of the white erasure of white American norms and sensibilities. You complain about the trolls online, but again, they are no more than uncouth expressions of real pain felt by millions of hardworking white Americans who are legitimately and righteously exasperated with the status quo, ignored, devalued, and dismissed by both parties. We won't be diminished to the status of an opinion that anyone can take on planet Earth, not by you, not by anyone. This is our country. You're allowed to be a good American. Start acting like one by respecting the dignity of all citizens, including white Americans. The rest of your article sounds like recycled campaign promises, lowering housing costs, cutting taxes, inspiring with national projects. But campaign promises are often shaped by campaign managers, consultants, and public relation firms to get their client elected. So I'll stop here. You wouldn't say that a single 45-year-old Californian cat mom, newly converted to Hinduism, has as much claim to the identity and destiny of Hindus as the generational Hindu whose family and ancestors had fought and bled for that faith in India. Don't you dare diminish our claim to an opinion. White America holds the keys to America as a Western country, Vivek. Diminish us and you destroy America. That's my response to Vivek, and it's the best one out there. I'd like to know your thoughts on it. Tag me as No White Guilt. We'll come around to it if we don't get to it before our first break. We'll be taking a break soon, a very short break, and then we'll be right back. And we'll be celebrating the champions in this community, and then we'll get to the lesson of the day and anything that you might have said that I didn't get an opportunity to see. So make sure that you keep a copy of your comments, questions, if I didn't see them or get to them while we were rolling hard. My man went to buy from the white gas station, and their toilet was backed up, and my man stopped pumping gas and fixed their plumbing. And the next time we went there, she looked over us. So I guess your husband or boyfriend or whatever fixed somebody else's problem. Sounds like a very white thing to do, doesn't it? Next year is America's 250th birthday. Meet the person behind the celebration. Rosie Rios, the former U.S. treasurer. She's a Mexican businesswoman. And I'm going to go ahead. They don't have her picture here, but she's Mexican. The highlights from this, Rosie Rios, she says, quote, this has to be sea to shining sea. Every American should feel this is their commemoration at the local and grassroots level. We want to empower the states because I can't tell their stories. So this is the big celebration coming this year. 250 years, America. And this is the woman who's setting up what the celebration will look like. Quote, and this is in this article, every state has its own history and narrative. In 1776, Alaska was Russian. Do you see where this is going? Do you see where Rios is taking this? America isn't what white people created. America goes back beyond America. Beyond America. Do you see where this is going? Hawaii was its own kingdom. Oh, I love hearing that, because I remember when I researched, you have to research it yourself, because when I researched the white race showing up to Hawaii, there were a bunch of warring tribes, and the white race decided, okay, this one will be the legitimate kingdom, and we will help them defeat the others, put an end to that, and then we will build them a castle. Why don't you go have a look at the kingdom's castle? Why don't you go have a look at their paintings and their dress? It's amazing how it's identical to Europe. Check it out for yourself. The Hawaii was a kingdom. We have to learn all about them because that's America. California was Mexican. And the Louisiana Purchase doubled our footprint. This is the theme of the 250th birthday of the United States that Rios has dubbed the Nation of Nations. In this article, Rios says in this article, we can't be all things to all Americans, but we do have something for every American. America is the world. It is a place for earthlings, is what Rios is telling us here. America goes back before America, a nation of nations, a multiracial play. So I decided after reading this, I had to look into some more of her quotes so that you all would know what's coming up for this grand celebration. Haven't seen anybody else talking about it. She emphasizes in this article, it emphasizes reaching all 350 million Americans via local efforts and initiatives like Our American Story, which is using our taxpayers to go out and retrieve the oral histories, the stories of anywhere, of a nation of nations. White people get to be a part of the Nation of Nations celebration. Isn't that something? So I decided I had to dig a little deeper on Rosie Rios and what she was shooting for, right out of this entity that is organizing and paying and preparing for this biggest of all birthdays, 250th year birthday of the United States. She said this, quote, the goals, she has repeated numerous times, for the, quote, largest and most inclusive commemoration in our nation's history, close quote. That's what's coming this year. The goal is the largest and, quote, largest and most inclusive commemoration in our nation's history. She also said that you're going to love this. You're really going to love this. The Mexican, Rios, said that she recognizes that all of the diverse groups that have created America, including the Native Americans, so in other words, American Indians, and the So she said the Native Americans and the Hispanic Latino contributions to the building of America. And she said in the celebration, quote, with the Latinos to be front and center, close quote. Rosie Rios is deciding for us that she's going to, with this celebration of America's 250th birthday, that it's going to be a recognition of all of these diverse groups that built America, including the Native Americans and Hispanic Latino contributions, with Latinos being front and center, close quote. She also said, from the organ of this entity, building all of the celebration for the 250th birthday of the United States, creation of the United States, that she's focusing on reflecting America's full mosaic of experiences, origins, and narratives. Close quote. Origins, America's origins, a full mosaic of the experiences and origins and narratives of America. Well, I think that white people are in for a big surprise this coming 4th of July. We're going to be discovering that we didn't build America. No, we played a role. We're going to be included for now. We played a role, but America's origins go back before America to a nation of nations. This is the multiracial opinion country, opinion idea that Vivek is talking about, that the deep state is talking about, that so many of our cuck brothers and sisters celebrate. Why? Not because Hitler is a bad guy in the historical narrative, but because it is socially immoral to defend the white race, to object to our victimization, to object to our divestment, to object to our diminishment as the origin of Western civilization, as the creators of America, not a nation of nations, a nation of Western kind. That is what the United States is. Wonderful contributors from a bunch of different backgrounds, and we deeply appreciate that. But we would still be America without them. They would not be America without us. And on that note, we're going to listen to Lovely Porridge, and you're going to get to meet a group of white people. I believe this is the Norwegians. We'll be right back.
Western kind are one people with many countries, and one of those countries is Norway. Norway is a magical place where you'll find some of the most spectacular scenery in the world. But the most spectacular thing you'll find in Norway is Norwegians. Westmen have existed in Scandinavia since the earliest periods of human history. The most recognised aspect of Norwegian history is the Viking Age. During the Middle Ages, seafaring Norwegians, or Norsemen as they were called, sailed longships all over Europe to conquer and loot new territories. But many times they travelled to trade in these new lands or settled to farm on more fertile soil. Still today, you'll find many Norwegians who, just like their Viking ancestors, are mighty giants with incredible strength, often dominating in strength athletic competitions. Another name for Norwegians is Nordmenn, which means North Men. When they greet you, they say hi. They might also say hi when they farewell you, which is an easy thing to remember, but if you'd like to speak Norwegian, their alphabet has 3 extra letters which you'll have to learn. Norwegians have a concept called friluftsliv, meaning free air life, which describes their spiritual connection to the outdoors and love for nature. So it's very important for Norwegians to spend lots of time in the mountains and forests, and their cold, snowy climate creates the perfect conditions for skiing. Even the skies are a source of magical beauty in Norway due to the aurora borealis. During winter in the far north, the sun doesn't rise for months on end. This is called the polar night. And during the summer, there are times when the sun never sets. This is called the midnight sun. A traditional Norway dish is smålehove, a sheep's head which some might find the sight unappetizing. Another traditional dish is lutefisk, whitefish pickled in lye, which some might find the smell unappetizing. And Norwegians love fårikål, which is lamb stew, so much that they gave it its own national day. Roald Amundsen was a great Norwegian explorer who was the first to successfully reach the South Pole in 1911. And the greatest chess champion in the world is Magnus Carlsen. Norwegians celebrate Constitution Day on the 17th of May, the day Norway was declared an independent kingdom. On this day, they have big parades with marching bands, they dress in traditional clothing and proudly wave their flag and sing the national anthem. Children get to eat hot dogs and ice cream and play games like sack race, potato race and egg race, all to celebrate their wonderful country. And Norwegians are a wonderful people, because just like you, they are Western kind. And share the same biospirit which made all our countries great. Norwegians are your people.
Let's get to the celebration. You can already hear the crowd cheering, ladies and gentlemen, for our heroes in service to white well-being. I want you to be among those who are cheering, because now is when we take a look at all of our glorious victories over the past week, and we salute all of those champions. This is where we begin. Can you hear, do you understand the dancing? Can you hear the music? If you can, then you have to stick around to learn why it is that we dance. Anglo-Saxon NWG, ladies and gentlemen, raucous emojis, quadruple 07s, big salutes, gems, ladies and gentlemen, crowns and gems. Who else is sick of systemic anti-whiteism? 4,000 people liberated from anti-whiteism in the audience of Benny Johnson. Anglo-Saxon NWG rocking it out of the park. Anglo-Saxon NWG in the audience of Raging Europeans. And I guess maybe this might be on Instagram, I guess. Who else is sick of anti-white terrorism? Nearly 2,000 people in the audience of Raging Europeans, empowered with the white magic of the work we do. Cool Papa J Magic in the audience of Anthony Brian Logan, a black conservative content creator with tons of followers. Cool Papa J Magic. You'll have to read it for yourself, folks, as we got to keep it moving along. But he empowered 3,500 people with the magic of white well-being in the audience, the conservative audience of Anthony Brian Logan. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. Keep it going. Cool Papa J Magic here again. 241 people empowered in the audience of John Doyle. Give it up. Cool, a swashing general extraordinaire. He continues over 354 and climbing in the audience of John Doyle, being empowered by the swashing general, Cool Papa J Magic, clean, safe neighborhoods, close quote, are a product of white social norms being enforced. Groups of people are not interchangeable, and our value systems are not universal. Genius there. Crowns and gems. Oh, we got this coming up from the wild. Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. James really destroying the world this week with his power. Climbing up on the leaderboard. Nearly 600 likes here in service to white well-being in the audience of Gus Guzman. He's not just teaching her to view the world through a racially charged lens, but through the lens of anti-white narrative. Give it up for James. He's got a bunch. James again in the audience of Selena. Yes, there is no Western civilization without Western kind. Nearly 200 people empowered in that audience. James here in the audience of Staten Island Steve, empowering nearly 500 more people. Her brand is anti-whiteism. Give it up for this guy, folks. He's rocking it out of the park, and in so many different content creators, audiences, liberating and empowering. No white erasure, no anti-white government, no white guilt. 118 and climbing, empowered in yet another audience. Here he is over here in our friend Martinez Politics. Anti-whiteism isn't logical. 240 likes and climbing, empowering those in the audience of our friend Martinez Politics. Here we have Martinez, or James. No, it's not Martinez. It's Jackson Price audience. James is empowering nearly 200 people in Jackson's audience. The anti-white narrative must end. So rocking it, James. Big salutes for this guy. Oh, this is coming. Oh, that is coming. Oh, this is coming. Oh, even that is coming. Give it up for the politician in the UK MP, Robert Jenrick, using anti-white in his post, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. Big salutes to this hero. Give it up here. Paul Zapula, 10.1 thousand people empowered by the great Paul Zapula, writing, anti-whiteism is a pandemic, empowering those people in the audience of Elon Musk. The great shade tree, ladies and gentlemen, 400 plus viewers the other day, 2 p.m. every single day on X. Give it up for everybody, Hans and everybody else running the shade tree. Big love. That is massive swashing going on over there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we got this coming as well. Take a look at this. Stop anti-whiteism in the audience of commentator. 1,341 people empowered in that person's audience by Stop Anti-Whiteism. For sure, anti-white terrorism. Well written, brother. Well written. And there's Hank underneath. Our swashbucklers coming to aid each other on the field of conflict. We did all that, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to have a good look at that while I celebrate the great West and Franklinator, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. We did what's on your screen. And West and Franklinator gathered to so many of the victories that we are celebrating this week. Still only a fraction of all that we are able to put together for you. You can find many more over on our Telegram group. And there are even more each week that are not able to make it up on the Telegram group. But give it up for West and Franklin for all they do in service to white well-being. Not the least of which is showing up on the epic Trump stream. Donald Trump Jr. Over there we had West and Franklin and Robert and Z. Ivan. Western Kind, 007, Diplomat for Western Kind, Justin McDaniel, Gene Bond. Who else was there? Big salutes, because it is by way of Donald Trump Jr. that we were able to get Donald Trump Sr. to say the words that you are looking at on the screen right now. God bless the work of these heroes. Big salutes to every single one of you. Also want to celebrate Martinez Politics. for standing up against the taboo grifters and the schmucks out there. And big salutes. Let's celebrate this guy taking on those who would like to take the credit or the leadership of the well-being of Western kind and turn it into something ugly and defective for us. Martinez Politics is there to confront them. Want to celebrate the Tree Godfather, Anglo-Saxon NWG, and I think Stop Antiwhitism has a new clip as well. Big salutes to these heroes for all that they have produced over the past week in the form of clips of yours truly. God bless you for that. Let's keep it rolling. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen, over 4,000 people empowered with the white magic in the audience of the Uninquirer. Give it up for Biospirit of the West, the OT leader. Here we have From the Wild. Is this AI? 1,200 plus. Look at all the memes. So many of our memes being used here, and this in the audience of Montreal Beast. We love them. From the Wild. Western Kind 007, ladies and gentlemen, be grateful for Western civilization built by white people. Exactly. Beautiful meme. 13,000 people empowered with the white magic in the audience of our friend I Am Yes. Celebrate these swashbuckling heroes, ladies and gentlemen. Eric Doherty, but look at how this plays out here. Eric Doherty with a massive audience here. 800,000 people almost following. The great Dandy Westman, on your feet and salute. Dandy climbs to the top of the leaderboard with this magnificent meme and commenting. And what happens? Eric Doherty himself responds, Columbus needs a mayor who doesn't hate white people. Wow. This is how we change the language used in our defense. God bless the swashbuckling General Dandy Westman. We'll keep it moving. Diplomat for Western Kind, tagging Casey Putsch and empowering 2,000 people with this post. In the audience of Laura Loomer, tagging Casey Putsch right underneath there. Well done, champion. Give it up for the swashbuckler. Robert is in on the fight for white well-being this week. Random code for an anti-white attack. Random is code for an anti-white attack. 1,500 people empowered in the audience of our friend I Am Yes. Trophies and gems from the wild, Dissident West. Here, ladies and gentlemen, they bragged openly about white erasure. Do you see that right there? Give it up for Dissident West. 28,000 people reading white erasure as a consequence of the work of our swashbucklers like Biospirit of the West. Right there, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the heroes and the outcomes of their advocacy. Diplomat for Western Kind is back on the board again with this beautiful meme, powerful meme. We can see clearly that they want to white erase us. Remember that. This is in the audience of Taya. Well done, brother. Western Kind 007. Be grateful for the Western civilization that white people built. Beautiful meme. 6,000 people empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. Tree Godfather, 2,000 plus empowered in the audience of Home Office. Epic. I love this, right? This is a beautiful meme that we made. From the Wild, ladies and gentlemen, you got to love this. Albert from the Wild writing No White Guilt. And this in the audience of I Am Yes. Anglo-Saxon NWG is back again. 1,100 plus people in. This is such a beautiful meme. I love it. Empowered in the audience of I Am Yes. This is another from the wild. Etinio 70. One of our memes. 625 people empowered from the wild in the audience of Metaron. Justin McDaniel. never one to be kept off of the scoreboard, is here this week. 1,200 people empowered in the audience of Sarah Ironside. She must be cold in bed. Robert, 2,500 plus empowered with his glorious post here in the audience of I am yes, you are no. J.C. Doherty from the wild. Look at this, 352 empowered in the audience of Lives Up TikTok. How many are liberated in the next one by Justin McDaniel? On the scoreboard, we have here 4,150 liberated from anti-whiteism. In the audience of Kevin Blue. He needs to take a breath. Justin McDaniel back again. Same meme, different audience. 1,200 empowered in the audience of Atheist Girl. Well done, General, well done. Cool Papa J Magic, can't be stopped. He's across the board, many different platforms. 2,300 almost. 2,300 almost. Liberated from anti-whiteism in the audience of I am yes, you are no. Biospirit of the West. Over 2,000 strengthened with white well-being in the audience of Will Tanner. Tree Godfather, not to be outdone, 2,000 more empowered. Systemic anti-whiteism is getting so ingrained. In the audience of Daniel Kankanen. Justin McDaniel back again. Beautiful meme. 1,000 people empowered in the audience of The Blaze. Justin just parachuting, doing a halo, coming in hard and fast from high altitude, parachuting right into the battle for white well-being. Shining all over, ladies and gentlemen. Swinging with both fists. Coming in over 1,000 people empowered with his verbiage and these beautiful memes of ours. In the audience of Dr. Abdul El Sayed. Tree Godfather, justice isn't blind, it's anti-white. This is so epic. I love this MC. I love the meme. 5,500 people plus empowered in the audience of Daniel Kankanen. Remember, every one of these numbers is a human being being empowered. Diplomat for Western Kind says, I got another one to chalk up on the victory board. 2,000 more people liberated from anti-whiteism by Diplomat for Western Kind in the audience of Jeremy Kaufman. Biospirit of the West. Empowering nearly 2,000 more human beings in the audience of Elon Musk. Will Tanner himself, is it working? Does this strategy work? Will Tanner himself sharing this epic meme, ladies and gentlemen. Epic meme. Can you see this epic meme? Will Tanner himself with over 150,000 people following him gets 37,000 people that he waves the wand of white magic over. Give it up for Will Tanner. Will Tanner again, same meme. Same audience base. 8,000 more people. Is that what that is? Empowered by Will Tanner. Give it up for Will again. Diplomat for Western Kind said, I'm back in the fight, coach. Don't keep me out of the game. Put me in, coach. Nearly 2,000 more human beings empowered with the white magic in the audience of American AF. Look at this. Nick Dixon, ladies and gentlemen, using anti-white governments. Nick Dixon, 58,000 followers, but how many people saw this tweet where he wrote anti-white governments? 136,000 human beings exposed again to the concepts that liberate them. Give it up for Nick Dixon. Diplomat for Western Kind. One more time at bat, coach. 12,000 more people empowered and liberated in the audience of C3. Give it up for Diplomat, for Western Kind, really making a splash. And finally here, ladies and gentlemen, I am, yes, you are no himself, our good friend. There's no fixing this anti-white mentality. We would like it to drop it to one word, no hyphen, but that's good. No fixing this anti-white mentality. 63,000 people empowered. Let's get on our feet and celebrate our good friend. I am, yes, you are no. Quadruple 07s, gems, and trophies. Raucous emojis for our brother. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we have this. Decaf decoy. 22,000 people, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a listen.
At some point in time, it's so bizarre. DEI, diversity, inclusion, just became not help prop up people of color. It just became an anti-white narrative. And now she's correctly identifying it, saying, hey, why do you need to apologize for having blonde hair and blue eyes?
Yes! Give it up to DKF Decoy and thank Franklin for so many of these. Digging them up, the great work of Franklinator, ladies and gentlemen. DKF Decoy, yes indeed. Now let's hear from another memory runner. 15,000 people saw Memory Runner, ladies and gentlemen.
Gran Torino is no isolated example. The same archetypal narratives have played out for decades on screens across the world, reshaping the minds of millions of people. Through the manipulation of images and the gradual, deliberate fostering of a number of anti-white tropes and memes, Hollywood has meticulously crafted an anti-white narrative that has...
Maybe try not to spew anti-Christian bile?
Yes! Anti-white narrative. It's entered the general discourse, ladies and gentlemen. The good it will do is incalculable. Let's listen to our shirtless friend, Michael Nelson. 22,000 people viewed this video and were empowered.
A liar. The Bible calls him the prince of the power of the air. Wouldn't it make sense for him to get control of communications? The media, the radio stations. Then you get control of education, because kids are mandated to go. So let's indoctrinate and feed them spoon-fed porridge. Liberalism, Marxism, anti-whiteism, humanism, evolution.
Yes!
Atheism.
We are in everybody's living room, ladies and gentlemen. From the wild, the lexicon blooms around planet Earth. And now we have a big celebration of Slotsy and on Metaron.
CK was a heretic to anti-whites, anti-whiteism. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Yes. Yes. Heretic. CK was a heretic to anti-whiteism. Let's give it up for Slots, ladies and gentlemen. And here Metaron reading it and completely agreeing. A heretic to anti-whiteism. One of our dialectics, ladies and gentlemen. Magnificently powerful. Give it up for these heroes. So well done. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have Justin McDaniel asking a question of Casey Butch.
Hello, Casey. How are you doing?
I'm well. Thank you.
Given the recent expose from compactmag.com, an article talking about anti-white discrimination in corporate America with anti-white hiring practices, and it also being addressed by J.D. Vance, what do you plan on doing for whites in Ohio to ensure that anti-whiteism is not discriminating against them in the workplace, in schools, and anywhere else in the government in Ohio? What are your practical steps that you plan to take to ensure that discrimination isn't running rampant?
Let's give it up for the great Justin McDaniel, swashing general, and we will be right back. Holy moly. Can you believe this? let's check out our financial gifts. I'll have to check in the back on the back side of Entropy here because I don't see anybody there but me. So maybe it's not working. So let me quickly flip over to the back side and see what we can see on the dashboard for today. Oh, maybe it is just me over there as of right now. Oh, now I finally see somebody else is there. I'm not the only one. Good thing we didn't miss anybody. Let me jump over here and we'll take a look at what do you think of those victories across the board. This is how it happens. There is no taking this away from this community. You are the people doing this. God bless every single one of you. Oh, Metatron, there's a T in there. We've got Corey, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Stumbling. Let's celebrate Corey. 50 white well-being dollars coming in from Corey on this glorious Sunday in service to white well-being. Look at that hero. Look at this guy. He's like a general standing at attention, ready to head into battle. He says, thanks again. 07. Big 07 to you, brother. Big salutes. Let's see. Oh, this is going to actually make me have to log in again. No worries. We can make that happen quickly. All right. We didn't miss anybody, but I do want Holdman to know that we celebrated you for your financial gift of $50 the other day. Merry Christmas, he says, and Happy New Year. I hope you were there. We celebrated you. Big salutes to you. God bless you. All right, let me swivel back around, see if I missed anybody over here to celebrate. And then we'll get to all the other financial gifts, your comments, questions, concerns. We know that the Dude Bro moment will show up at some point. So let's go ahead. $50 from the Dude, the Bro, the moment. Everybody on your feet. 007s for the Dude Bro moment on the Dude Bro moment platform, aka Entropy. $50, which he always writes right on the $50 bill for white well-being. God bless you for that. Much love to the Dude Bro moment. $50 financially gifting. Thank you, good sir. We got another celebration. $20, a $20 bill, and Andrew Jackson from First Last. First Last coming in with an Andrew Jackson $20. Thank you so much, good sir. He says, for your work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Great to see you, good sir. We have Weldon coming in with a $5 bill. Good to see you, Weldon. And he says, God bless. Thank you so very much. I don't know if we got your other $5 you said for the stream yesterday. $5 from Weldon. And we also had, and I don't know if we mentioned it now that I'm thinking about it, Shannon Oliver, $10 bill on Friday. Big salutes. Thank you so much from these champs. And looks like we did not otherwise miss anybody. No, good from there. All right. Turning back around, I know I saw a $5 bill over here. There it is. Premium Rumble is alive. A Kalergi $5 bill. Thank you so much for the $5. It must be that magic soil in the U.S., Canada, and all across Europe that makes them such amazing, successful, and Is that ingenious? Is that what it is? Countries. That's right. It's the magic soil phenomenon. I can't think of any other common denominator. Yep. There's nothing else there. There's also magic soil in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Rhodesia. White people are just out there stealing the magic soil out from underneath of people. That's what it's been all along. Thank you for that. How are we doing over here on the Live? We have a like for the stream from something I can see account. Bola account, is that what it is? Thank you so much for giving a like to the stream today. I appreciate it. See if we have any comments on Odyssey, since we can have gifts over there. Nope. And we are still running smoothly on X. Good to see it. Well. Comment here. Get your comments out. @ symbol, no white guilt, no spaces. And I will read what you have. We have our announcements coming up, the mailbag coming up, the Go Free lesson of the day coming up, and then wrapping up at 9 p.m. tonight, Eastern Standard Time. And I'll go back through the comments that I can see and see if on Premium Rumble, it looks like I can go all the way to the back. Hoyt McCoy is over there. Great to see you, hero. Glad I found Jason Kuna, writes Western Kind 007. And I'm honored to be standing beside you for white well-being, champ. Let's see. What else do we have over there? Remember, get your tags together. Looking for the tags as I scroll. That person earlier, going by the name of Spartan, said he's against white genocide and against the genocide of the Gazans. White genocide isn't happening. White erasure is. And I talk about the victimization of my people. I don't care what I would rather have the world peaceful and no harm to any group of people. But there are Arabs standing up for Palestinians. I will stand up for white people. Are those Arabs returning the favor? Are those Palestinians fighting for white people? Nah. That really sounds like what we're going to be talking about, an ad hoc rationalization, my friend. If the focus is on Jews, then you're going to end up talking about the people who are losing to the Jews, specifically the Israelis. He then says, how many white girls were harmed on Epstein's Island? The crime that Trump is protecting. Maybe you don't understand how we view the world. Everything that's white positive that arrests our victimization, we celebrate. Everything that harms us, we hate, we disavow, we slander. Don't care, can't control Trump. You can't control him. I will applaud him when he does white positive things. I will boo and hiss when he does anything that works to our ill-being. That's how this works. If you're going to look for purity in leaders and content creators and beyond the sphere of white sympathy, you will never find it. Stop hating on Trump because he likes a lot of Jews. You can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. Who cares? It's a consequence of Jews marrying into his family. It's a consequence of Jewish people working together, a percentage of the overall community, and then getting the results of people working together based on individual well-being by way of group well-being, something we need to emulate. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm going to work to fix it. Looking for tags. Looking for tags. Lot of conversation over here today. Well, that's good to see. Especially since you never know what they already shadow banned the shit out of me on YouTube. Land of the fake. Good to see you. All right. Good. I didn't miss any tags. And he did show up. Dude bro moment. As I said, we just celebrated you, good brother, for the $50 for white well-being. God bless you for that. He owns the house over there on Entropy. All right. What do we have going over here? We don't have, as for the mailbag, zilch. Nothing in the mailbag. I peered into the thaumatological mailbag and there was nothing. So we have no mail to break out to talk about. Helio Zabit is here. Good to see you, brother. No white guilt. I'm actually shocked it's taken this long for anti-white narrative as a concept to catch on. It is such a helpful tool, perfectly descriptive and easy to use. Here's to more spreading. 100%, brother. Exactly. And you need to understand it. You need to use it, you need to understand it and use it, and you'll see the power of it. Thank you to everybody who celebrated today. Big salutes, personal salutes directly from your hierarch. Celebrating each other as a team effort. We applaud our teammates. We laud them to the heavens when they do things in service to white well-being and are successful. So thank you all for that. Ay, says taboo grifters are the self-service checkouts waiting for unknowing viewers to cash the check. True. Based. Real. Exploiting the taboo for their own gain. That's exactly what it is. That's what a taboo grifter does. They exploit the taboo for their own gain. And then if they're talking about one of the taboos of like race, for example, then you have people who pretend like they are leaders in the advocacy for white people. Now, you're immediately disqualified for one of the poor decisions that Fuentes has made. I mean, we could cite a dozen. He's just a taboo grifter. Very well put. Ay. Big thank you to Brand Danger being here. All he does in service to white well-being the whole year. The man is a miracle worker. And on top of all of that, he comes in here and he troll slays like a flippin' god. Henry is here. Good to see you, brother. Anonymous, hello and welcome to the House of Swash. Juliet is here. We tagging Cool Baba J Magic and me, we share these epic memes in Truth Social on huge groups and tag our president, making sure NWG website is visible. That is totally epic. I didn't even know that was happening. That is awesome. Keep at that swashing. Could you imagine Trump reposting one of our memes? Well done. Big salutes. Snap it out. Big salutes. Big Promethean salutes. For White Well-Being is in the house. Good to see you, brother. No White Guilt. Org Breaks is here. Good to see you. Craig the Man is in the house. He says, no White Guilt. Now to think of it, that should be an internet meme within itself. I'd make it myself instead of just suggesting it, but the OT seems to have a lot more reach than I do. I wish I could know exactly when you said that. If you tag me again, you let me know what was happening at that point. I probably fervidly agree with you. He says also, great meme curatives are the only great memes. Yes, so true, Craig. Yeah, using the anti-white narrative, I've had so many instances over the years of putting it to practice in conversations. I know, and it will continue, obviously. But we'll be in conversations with people and educated vagues, and then just be rolling along and have anti-white narrative roll right off my tongue like it's something everyone knows. Anti-white narrative. And sometimes they go, and I could see and then they get it. And other times they're like, wait, what was that? Oh, the anti-white narrative. This narrative we live under, where white people are always the villain. And then they're, oh yeah, of course I know that. They never heard it before. And I'm like, I need to tell everyone to do this. So much of the creation of the Go Free Dialogic is has been over the years, me trying things out and then discovering that some things work again and again and again and again. And of course, there's a lot more to this machinery, but just to speak to this aspect of it, it works again and again and again and again. And in different environments, different types of people, different levels of education, different levels of the economic strata. And I say to myself, I need to get everyone saying this. I need to get everyone. I need to get out to everyone and proffer this diamond to them so that they can use it in their lives and have the same result I'm having. Because if everyone starts having the same result I'm having in all of these conversations that I have, it's done for anti-whites and anti-whiteism. It's over. Henry, I remember when I found you wondering if you were okay with white race mixing, and then you called it biological white erasure. And I was like, yep, this is the guy. Yes, sir. Amen to that. Ay, says anti-whites in Ukraine say the same things while victimizing white people. When will white negatives realize we need Go Free? Amen to that. So true. The anti-white poison is the same the world over, which is why we can be glad because a single cure will remedy it the world over. First Last saying, a heretic to anti-whiteism. Yes. Dennis says, you attract the best, Jason. Thank you for that. I absolutely do. And that's one of the things that, I've realized about myself over the years, and when we were all the way back to when we were first live streaming, and even just making the videos on YouTube and on the internet in general. And I said, the good thing is that I always attract only good people. Bad people with bad characters who show up and they have some sort of ulterior motive, they end up really disliking me. They end up leaving so often. Self-selecting situation. They're like, I'm out of here. This is nope, not for me. And then other times, because we end up attracting good people, then we end up with a system that easily isolates the bad people, the ne'er-do-wells. Everybody sees it. And which in turn, as this feeds back on itself, causes fewer bad people to want to participate. Because then they see a bunch of good people. Last thing they want to do is try to pull something over the eyes of a group of good people who are all watching and reading and listening. It does make it a little bit more challenging, obviously, to climb in numbers, but the quality is so much infinitely more. And you can see all that we've accomplished because of it, all that we've done, the incalculable good that we've already achieved and will continue to achieve in service to white well-being. So there's no comparison. I remember when I first found NWG, it was on TPC. Says no white guilt org breaks. Well, we'll jump into our announcements with that wonderful segue. Thank you, brother. I was just on the Political Cesspool with James Edwards last night, and about 20 minutes in to the beginning of the program, and I think it is over on thepoliticalcesspool.org. You'll have to check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. And I'm there at the 20-minute mark, first hour, and then out of there by the 43-minute mark or something like that. And I was given the opportunity by James, the host of the radio program, to talk about 2025 and what had been achieved and what were the high marks. And I decided to talk about you all in this community, because there were going to be other people that would come on to talk about Trump and the Republicans and people who keep their finger on the pulse of that far more closely than I do, or maybe even ever would. So I spoke like one of these people doing an auction, because I knew I wasn't going to have a lot of time. I knew you not only have the commercials, that come and go, but other topics and can be inserted. So I had to speak pretty quickly. And the first segment, I was going 100 miles an hour, speaking about a bunch of the high water marks over 2025 for us, which were totally epic, and blowing these people away. And you can still see there's a sense of pushback from a lot of people who are jealous, a lot of people who don't want the advocacy about or for the white race to not center Jews. And so they put pressure on James. And you can hear it when James even said, I haven't gone back and listened to it yet, but you can hear him when he said, there are people out there who want to say that, Jason and his community aren't doing anything, or something along the line. He said something like that. But obviously, it's impossible to deny. And it's also very telling, too, about the differences, how we aren't on the same team as anti-non-white people. Because if we were on the same team, in other words, if our end zones were the same, then as we score and move the ball down the field, they would celebrate. They all would be like, holy freaking, they did it again. Look at how organized they are. Look at how intelligent they are. Look at how white the approach is. They have success metrics. They have failure metrics. They keep track over every single week of every single month of every month throughout the year. This is totally white. We love it. And we have the same end zone, so we sell it. No, instead, they disparage. They attempt to deny that we're doing any of this. Those are people who are not your friends. That's how they aged me, like that fox. And those are people who are not your friends. So I spoke like a guy selling cattle, and we had our break. We came back, and it was the tempo slowed a little bit, and I was, but then I every opportunity I had, I went back to talking about our successes and victories from 2025 to get to as many as I possibly could before we were out of time, or at least before I was out of time. And they were going to go on to the next guest, which was an interesting guy. So if you listen to me, maybe listen. He's there for one segment, so maybe 10 minutes when you take the commercials away. And he wrote an article about Lil Nicky and a questioning the authenticity, and is he being used to undermine white well-being, the advocacy for our people. So interesting. I still have to read the article myself, but it was an interesting conversation. I was getting to work on the gathering for tonight, and I still had it on, so I listened to that. I tell you, I had a little bit of a technical difficulty for the first segment. James and Keith were next to silent for me. It wasn't their fault. It was on my end. And I had earbuds in. Well, normally just one. I put the other one in because they were so quiet. I couldn't hear the background music at all because that's quieter than their voices. And hearing them was like trying to whisper to ghosts. So it was a sort of a destabilizing thing. And I had to push the earbud all the way hard into my ear canal, put the other earbud in. And then when I pushed it all the way in, to be able to hear them if they were talking, I guess that was putting pressure on some sort of blood vessel. And so then I was listening also to my heart while I was talking in my head. Oh my God. So during the break, I fixed the problem, and then they were loud and clear. And so was the music. So I was on with James on Saturday. Check that out. I was on with Martinez Politics on Friday. You can find that over on Rumble. And I tweeted about it as well. There are outtakes that he made, some clips he made, and you can find the full show over there. And we talked about taboo grifters. And it was a great conversation, very interesting. And tomorrow night at 8 p.m., I will be on with Joseph Cotto on his channel. And I believe we're talking about the taboo grifters as well, and my article on that. I don't know what else. I'll have to take a look again at what he will want to talk about. So I'll be over there tomorrow with him at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will be here on Wednesday. And like normal, I'm guessing we'll start at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what exactly I'm going to do about, am I going to stay till and through New Year's? Will I come back just to be with you all for New Year's if y'all have got nothing to do and I'm just going to be here? I don't know. I haven't decided. If you have a recommendation, tag me as No White Guilt, and I'll think about it. Whatever your recommendation might be. Helios Abbott saying, J-Spur content creators hate the hole they dug themselves into. That's interesting. Tag me if you have something you want to add on to that. is that Guido says, this show is amazing. I appreciate that. You are a man of good taste. All right. Take a quick look here at anything I may have missed. And then we'll get on to our lesson of the day. Samuski says, you should take a break for yourself. We aren't going anywhere. I appreciate it, man. Helios says, I hope you can talk about that letter to Vivek. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll touch upon both. Yeah, the really important element to pushing back against this civic nationalism or America as an opinion. I like calling it that because it really devalues their position. America as an opinion. And is the fact that we are the West. That's the conversation that needs to be had. Imagine Vivek or anybody else trying to tell white voters that anybody can supplant them. Anybody can take their place and be the West. Or imagine them diminishing the West in America. Imagine them saying America's not the West or not totally the West. Canada is not the West or not totally. Imagine them taking that. I would love for that to happen. I would love for Casey Pusch to be confronted with Vivek on a debate stage saying that. Great. Attack us as irrelevant to the Western nature and substance of the United States. Don't need white people. Anybody can create Western civilization. I would love, could you imagine Vivek saying that? Imagine how many white people would go, huh? Helios is supplying some more information. He said, I hear them frustrated with their incredulous audience. I bet. Ayayay says, if you take a break, can we get Fornull and Yiz as dual co-hosts with a framed picture of you in the background? Yes, that would be fabulous. Big picture, like a painting of me in the background with torches on either side. That would be hilarious. Look how arrogant he is, bastard. I put myself on a flag, drinking a coffee. So you're not going to hurt me by saying, look at, he's arrogant. If I owned a house and had a guest bedroom and you came to stay, the comforter would be a picture of my face. The shower curtain would be me going like, that would be great. Yes, could you imagine me running a bed and breakfast? And some of the pictures would be like mildly lewd, especially on like the cutlery, like the plates or the coffee mugs, so that I could see your responses. Yes. Look for Noel's laughing about the idea in the live chat. That is funny as hell. First Last, thank you so much, brother. He says, you're doing a fantastic job in your guesting on the other shows. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Western Con 007 says to recognize own greatness is not arrogance. Amen. Amen to that. You know, in sports, everybody loves that idea, doesn't it? Don't they? That's funny. The shower curtain. Like you're going to be showering in my house. And that's what's going to be looking back at you. Yeah, but the coffee mug has to have, like, I mean, look at my beautiful mug right here. The coffee mug would have to have something. Well, I mean, even just look at the verbiage. The coffee mug has to have something so that when you sit down and I'm like, coffee? Yes. And then I set it down and then they don't even want to look at it again. They're like, okay, well, they're feeling for the coffee mug. I have to like grab their hand and put it on it. There you go. Well, and then they're like, well, I tell you can work out, Jason. I see that you work out every part of your body. I would totally do that. It's been like if Brant came over, that would be epic. Here's your room, Brant. Curtains are Jason. All right. But I will say about the recognizing, like, there's nothing arrogant about recognizing your great. Like when it came to sports, I mean, I was out of this world. I was a star athlete. But, for example, like on the football field, I was scorchingly fast, a runner, an amazingly high jumper, extraordinary balance. I knew what to do and how to do, where to exploit, where not to go. And I had no problem, being honest about that. But at the same time, no problem being honest about the fact that all of that wouldn't avail me one iota if it weren't for the other 10 guys on the field doing the jobs they had to do. So I talked about that more than my own abilities and acumen and talents. But yeah, had no problem. No problem also owning my own talents. But yeah, the reality is, and this is the thinking, we are a team. And just like on an American football field, you got 11 guys out there. You're one of them. If the other 10 aren't doing their job, you're losing. It doesn't matter how totally awesome you are. So that's the difference in the objectives of what we do here and what a taboo grifter does. They need their own personal popularity increased. And that's why, and they communicate that to their following. They communicate to their following that their personal popularity is the community's victory. And so then you have these people that become drones, like legit cult members. And they'll show up and they're like, literally will say, his popularity is all that matters. It's one of the things I was talking about with Martinez. They show up on his channel to undermine him, to slander him. And what do they slander him for? Not as popular, not growing as fast. That's really what these fools, that's all their lives have become. Ensuring, guaranteeing, magnifying the popularity of their taboo grifter or grifters of choice. That's obscene. And it's really awful to do that to white guys whose lives have already been stolen from them. Then you're going to turn them into a drone. You're a piece of shit if that's what you do. If you take white guys of any age, but particularly the young white guys that are, they've already have nothing because they got to get started in life. And you go to them and everything for them is uphill. And you tell them, hey, your personal victory is my popularity and enrichment. And you convince them of that, you are filth. So people like Fuentes are filth. People like Hayden McDougall are filth. They're not only are they not champions for our people and the resistance to anti-whiteism, they are the AIDS, they're the cancer, they're the disease, inflicting greater harm on people who are already victimized. And that makes them, in my book, the most immoral, imaginable thing that a human being can be and do. We need to be empowering our people. We need to be like the teacher in the dojo, the master. We need to be like Chuck Norris. And we bring our brothers and sisters in and we tell them the truth. You suck, but I'm going to make you awesome. And then we do it. We deliver. That's what it's got to be. I think the internet, and I mean, maybe I don't know if I'm going to bother to dig into it much, but when it comes to taboo grifting, the next 3 to 5 years, it's going to get much worse. It's going to keep growing incrementally, and there'll be bigger leaps. There'll be new taboo grifters that'll come on the scene, and they will be stepping on the taboo of race, and then we'll get a bunch of attention. And then regrettably, people like Jared Taylor will probably have them come speak because he confuses taboo grifting with advocacy for the white race. And it will make its way into the real world as taboo grifters compete with each other. And they're going to get chumped. People will get hurt, really hurt. Not just like Hayden getting bitch slapped or Sneeko at the Lil Nicky's event getting his front teeth knocked out. People will get really hurt. But it's inevitable because they keep having to escalate. Taboo grifting, you reset, escalate. And maybe if there weren't any other taboo grifters, you could stay in this peddling without a chain forever. But with other taboo grifters, they're going to try to outdo each other. So, the MP meme pathogen, not member of parliament, the MP meme pathogen, who's white. And this MP usually goes hand in hand with the MP, the white race doesn't exist. And here are some MC meme curative suggestions with which you can respond. Who's white? Everyone who can be legally discriminated against. While that discrimination is celebrated as progress, is white. I've used that over 100 times, legitimately. And in every single case, the anti-white goes, and then they start putting something together. And I roll through them, steamroll them the rest of the time. Commentary here says you can also add, we will use the anti-white's definition of white. So everyone who can be legally discriminated against on the basis of race is white. Denied entrance to university to achieve diversity goals. Denied jobs and promotions to achieve diversity goals. Those whose persecution is celebrated by the media as progress, etc., are white. This position is powerful because it focuses the conversation on the harm anti-whites inflict on us. You can also add that, quote, that is anti-white, to ask who's white. You're trying to invalidate the existence of my people. Think about how evil that is. Invalidating the existence of a people. You wouldn't ask who is black or who is Asian, close quote. And I would lay them on that as well, about how wicked, how truly evil it is to invalidate the existence of a people. Remember, an attendant argument meme pathogen that anti-whites can make is, well, your people is just a construct, and then just agree with them. Fine. But I want more of these beautiful little constructs, and I want them to be safe, and we're going to defend them. And you have plenty of other constructs. The black race is then a construct. So is the Jews a construct. And so they defend their constructs, and I'll defend my constructs. We all constructs. If they say, well, wouldn't it be better if we all just behaved as individuals? Sure, start with them. White people are behaving as selfish individualists. So many of these other groups are not, so start with them. Come back when you wrap up that job. Another thing to say is with the attendant of who's white, which is the white race doesn't exist, mean curative is to say, you wish it didn't exist, and improves your anti-white. I've used this one to such spectacular 4th of July success. The white race obviously exists, and you wish it didn't. So just to say, I've dropped that like an atomic bomb. White race doesn't exist. You wish it didn't. You wish it didn't. I love that. Because that really puts them in the spot of having to defend that they really they really wish it didn't exist. And what's the purpose, of course, of a people not existing? Well, it makes it easy for the anti-white to victimize us. That's the whole purpose of these MPs. If a white race doesn't exist, then there's nothing to defend. There are no defenders. There's no victimization. What's also important about that, and we saw with that Jewish woman who was anti-white on the street conversation, was that it was a demonstration of her not wanting to be the immoral actor in the conversation. She was saying it doesn't matter that white people's civilization is taken away from them. And then realizing it, dawning on her how immoral that sounded, she immediately responded. You remember we broke it down with, well, white people don't actually exist. She wanted to immediately defend herself. I'm not that ugly. I'm not that immoral. They just don't exist, so we're not taking anything from anybody. Right after saying, who cares if it's taken away from white people? Who cares if their countries are taken away? So everyone who can be legally discriminated against, while that discrimination is celebrated as progress, is white. This is on page 216, 217, second edition, iteration 2 of Go Free. I hope you'll pick it up and empower yourself. I want you to be a better you. I want you to be a stronger you, faster you, smarter you, more creative you, healthier you, more spiritual you. I need you to be these things for our team to be stronger. I need you to get better. Football team gets together before the season starts, before school starts. High school, college football, you get together before the school year starts, before the season starts, and you all train together. You run in the heat, you sweat, you pass out, you puke, you everything together to make your team stronger to be able to compete when the season arrives. I need you all to be all-star quality, to be the hero in our people's story. Any other content creator out there, org leader or whatever, who just wants eyes on them, and especially when it comes to taboo grifters, their popularity increased, those people are poison to you. I would hate them for that. I mean, if I was decided to look out into the world, especially as a young white guy or any age white guy, look out at the world, see how bad everything is, then get sucked in by some smooth talking charlatan, and I end up empowering and lauding his popularity, I would hate that sumbitch, as we say down home. We'll break it down in our final 15 and a half minutes and cover the post hoc rationalizations and anything that you want to share. Another epic piece from Anglo-Saxon NWG. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a big hair tsunami over here on D-Live, gifted a 1-month subscription to Steven Seagal. Top fan. Steven Seagal, it says beside his name. Thank you so much for that big hair. And the great Steven Seagal. Right of... is that P.J.? I don't know what the last letter is. B? It says it was a good interview with James, and TPC are great. Yeah, it was a great conversation. Known James forever. He brought up a time, I think it was about 20 years ago, when we were sitting in a lobby in Baltimore. But I knew him even before that. So maybe it wasn't quite 20 years, maybe like, I don't know, 17 years. It's a long time. Beautiful. Chilling out to a little bit of White Well-Being Jazz. Daughter of Eve here. Greetings, Jason and White Well-Being community. A warm greeting to you from the once great state of Virginia. And we even have, I think I saw Captain Surf and Turf reposted the stream. Thank you so much, brother. I deeply appreciate that. Rapunzel came up with a great name. You know, the other night, somebody brought up this guy that calls himself the General. And I had started referring to him as the Turkish General because of his location on X. And he had some really ugly things to say for me, to me, under a different avatar. One time when I showed up on another space and then left. So this isn't one-sided. But the other night I was coming up with a handful of other names, or anybody who would call themselves the General is like a guy saying he's a girl. It's a ridiculous thing, wanting to be called that. Like my name is the deity. You have to refer to me as the deity, the God. And it's really insecure. Comes from an insecure place, I think. And what were some of the names? I called him a bunch, the General this and the General that. Then Rapunzel came up with, and I think this is it. I think this finish, this is as bad as it gets. This is as deep a burn as it could possibly be. The General Admission. Oh, fire. Oh my God. That's gotta hurt. Because that speaks to the totality of the following. General admission? Who's that for? Wow. I was like, oh boy, that's a sick burn. The general admission. So maybe that's how I think that's how I will decide moving forward. First, last writing here. Can't we all coexist? Henry says, I love that saying you wish it didn't exist, the white race. First, last saying, keep steamrolling. I like Stumble and what he wrote here. Civic nationalism is less than skin deep. Yeah, nice. I said at my imaginary house, don't forget the guest book with Jason Kuna embroidered with gold on the front. In fantastic handwriting, like calligraphy. Sweet. Please sign the guest book. You come into my house. Brant said he'll bring his own pictures. Oh, man. Oh, you know what I got it? What I could do is when invited as a guest to stay with someone, or maybe just to meet up with someone, because that would happen far more often. I can bring them a gift of like Jason on a mug. Bring them a package of a shower curtain. What's this? It's a shower curtain. It's a gift to you. You'll love it when you open it up and hang it up in your bathroom by the shower. That could be real. I could do that for real. Otherwise, I'm going to have to like win the lottery and without playing. Post hoc rationalizing. This holds true for taboo grifters, but it also holds true for your basic run-of-the-mill schmuck, anti-non-white. And over the years, I had these conversations with these people, and I saw the post hoc rationalizing recurrently, because they would talk ad infinitum about the Jews are bad, this is the Jews, this is how they, etc. Or in some cases, a little rarer, of course, it's the Catholics, the Jesuits. And then I would listen to all this kind of stuff. And I would point out to these people, well, okay, but you can't go out into the world and share this. It's not going to change anybody's minds. And I've got some ideas for that. And I think if we do this and if we do that and etc. And then they would post hoc rationalize. Oh, we have to do what I'm already doing because once everybody knows about this group or about that group, and everybody these are post hoc rationalizations. That's why they are illogical. They're coming in after the fact and attempting to justify, legitimize as a strategy, something that they're already doing, already involved in, something that serves them another way, serves their insecurities, serves their, in the case of taboo grifters, it's serving, in the case of taboo grifters, serving their popularity. So then it's all of this post hoc rationalizing. And it's an easy way to encapsulate. Using taboo grifter is important because we can't get rid of taboo grifters. The online environment is conducive to such animals, is conducive to such personalities. The anonymity of it, the ability, the audience itself, as I talk about in my article. Weary, they're just looking for a quick catharsis and an easy bad guy for what? Not to remedy the ills of our people or to really change our countries, but to satisfy their own insecurities. The need for a scapegoat, the need to explain away why we as white people don't control our destinies. We can't lay claim to our dignity and our inheritance. All of that is our fault. But these are the kind of personalities that don't want to take responsibility for it being our fault. They don't want to do the hard work to remedy the situation. And so the post hoc rationalization is the tool of choice. They come in within the anti-white narrative. They ask, what does it look like to object to our victimization, our white erasure, not calling it that, of course. What does it look like? And the authors of the anti-white narrative, which is all anti-whites, collectively tell them, you look like this, you talk like that, etc. And there are deeper and more devious means, of course. I mean, to have these state organs, practical state organs like Newsweek and Rolling Stone, in my opinion, telling the population, the rebel population, if you will, that this is your leader. And then the rebel population are too dumb. They don't say to themselves, I'm going to reject anybody you name, which is what they should say. Anybody that you allow to become popular or even boost on your platforms, in your news station networks, etc. Anybody that you're doing that for, I'm going to reject, because obviously that's not going to serve the interest of the rebellion. Obviously. But color revolutions are carried out all the time around the world. Humanity just seems collectively to be too stupid. They look to the authoritative organs in media as the authority to tell them what's real or not in the world. And indeed, they find out everything about the world beyond their immediate circles. They're literally their family, the people at work, what little they can know about people there, by way of these official entities. So then they just naturally segue. Who is my leader to look to? And you had, of course, the same Newsweeks, the same Rolling Stones, the same everything, propping up the leaders of the rebellion, of the resistance, and everybody flocks to them, and everybody says, that's the leader. So right now, they're pushing, I'm a Mexican to be your leader of the resistance to white ill-being. And you have people show up, and they're like, look how popular he is. No shit, really? The state is pushing him. The state is pushing him. The state, literally through these state organs, wrote that Fuentes won the debate. I mean, really, how gullible, credulous, and dumb do you need to be? And then, of course, they show up there, the audience, for their selfish needs of their insecurities and need of scapegoat, and then they post hoc rationalize why it needs to be done. We got to keep doing this thing that satisfies my need for a scapegoat, because in some impossible scheme, in some impossible way, it will somehow, I can't articulate it, transform the world we live in. And then everything will be better for white people. So I would have these arguments with these people, and they would post hoc rationalize what they're doing. And I realized they were useless. Unfortunately, my good nature saw in a larger percentage of them than there actually were a true-hearted desire to arrest our victimization. And I came to the incorrect conclusion that if they could see, maybe they couldn't understand the intelligence of it and walk through it and be walked through it, but they could see the outcomes, and that they would support the outcomes, support the practice that achieves the outcomes. But we've seen now, and we have to accept the white man's science, they're not up to the task. They're too inferior. And I love saying that about them, because it's the saddest thing ever is to sit around at some group or conference somewhere with people who are intellectually weak, physically pathetic, visually unappealing, and have them talking about how superior the white race is, and by extension, themselves. Couldn't be more ridiculous. Ayayay says they're the flat earthers of the white sympathetic sphere. So true. The thunder from down under London is with us. Great to see you, champ. He says, hey, Nick Fuentes is on the way to Lockie's door. Better get my mace ready. Yeah. When you're facing off with Marla Rose, a obese, short, 60-plus-year-old grandmother, you better break out your mace. And the very first thing you do is, from the blind of a closed door, leap out and mace her before she can even, break loose with all of the powers that she wields. That's the great leader of the white race. And then, while she's screaming and pawing at her face at the mace, kick the 60-plus-year-old grandmother down the steps. Sickening. Hey, the great Dude Bro moment is here. He says, Jason-themed curtains so the neighbors can enjoy. Yes. Yes, maybe I should put up a fake post on No White Girl Collectibles for things like that and make outrageous big comforter with a big version of me, big image of me on it, so that all of the jealous turds can see that and just grow green with envy. Hey, Land of the Fake, $5 bill as we're wrapping up here right now. He says, Nick, quote, I'm a Mexican. Fuentes is the anti-white state's chosen straw man. Bing, you just said it. Easy target for them to paint over us with the wide brush. 100%. Perfectly. And that's the exact thing that Vivek Ramaswamy is doing too, isn't it? Well said. $5 from Land of the Fake. Thank you, brother, with a brilliant comment. Well, as I said, every day at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we get together, and I am very often there on the shade tree. And even when I'm not there, brilliant things from the lens of Go Free are being shared. The news items of the day are addressed. Heroes from the West and heroic periods of the West are discussed. It's a magical place. You want to participate? I retweet Tree Godfather, Hans as Distilbert, and so many others who show up, and they're just doing I couldn't be prouder. It's one of the great developments of 2025, and it's only going to get better moving into 2026. Really looking forward to it growing stronger and very excited about it. Make sure you show up when you can. I know a lot of us are at work in the middle of the day because this is a whole big wide planet Earth, and 2 p.m. is in the middle of the day, Eastern Standard Time. So you can watch and replay. Listen and replay. I guess I should say there's not a whole lot of watching to do. Although you can see the news items that they put up on the board and have a look at those. You can do that after the fact as well. That's every day. And I'll be back on Wednesday. But before that, tomorrow, Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Do I have that right? I think, yes, I do. Joseph Cotto, and I'll be tweeting about it. I'll let you know. I'll put it up on Telegram. And we're going to be discussing, at a bare minimum, the taboo grifter, maybe also the letter to Vivek Ramaswamy, the new American that this guy is supposed to be, and all of India to be new Americans. We know they're stranded right now in India, but they'll get over here as long as the cucks continue to lead the defense against anti-whiteism, and the schmucks are the only alternative. So we have to supplant both. But I'll be over there. We're going to have a stellar conversation. You don't want to miss it. Wednesday, I'll be back. And I'm sure right now I'm thinking I'll update you all that I'll be back at 7. I guess that is the strike of New Year's in the UK. And I'll be back at 7, almost assuredly. And then I don't know about later in the day, in the night, I guess I should say, to be live for New Year's on the East Coast at least. But maybe so. We'll see. We'll figure it out. So I hope to see you all then. Another glorious Church of the West. Linda is here. Good to see you, Linda. Jason's noggin in particular has a very large brain in it. So it makes sense that it would be on a figure with an exaggeratedly massive noggin. Yes, true. And I still have up the brain in a frame. That is indeed my actual brain. The brain in a frame. But another epic Church of the West that we've had today. Ladies and gentlemen, big salutes to all of you. Wrapping up 2025. What an epic year. We'll be talking more about 2025 on Wednesday and some of our successes, celebrating each and every one of you for all the hard work that you've done. And my God, putting up with all of the nonsense, you know what I mean, over 2025. This is it, man. This is the halfway. We're launching into the second half of the Roaring 20s. We got to keep that pedal to the metal to recapture our destiny, because it's up to us or it's not happening at all. Never forget it. You're the hero in our story. Act like it. Love you all. Let's go free.